hello, 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 hello. Oh, hello, Catton. I guess I missed you. That's alright. Give me one sec. Just getting set up. Don't know why I do this to myself. I mean, I do know why. It's because I have dropped any pretense of being a consummate professional. Instead, we just kind of send it. Alright. There it is. There I am. Then, really quick, go to here. Wow. Look at that. Boom. There we go. Hello, hello. What we are going to be doing today is trying to finish up work on the rewrite of this application. Wow. Look at that. Also, I noticed my bot is kind of broken. Every day my Discord bot gets even more scuffed. Alright. Open this up. There we go. Okay, then we go switch to the vertical screen. Wow. And we can start. I mean, we could have started earlier before as well, but you know how it goes. This is the wrong project. Open up, OpenC Face GD. Yeah, there we go. So here, okay. Features, I was working on a 2D thing just in my off time. So I don't have to feel weird about, you know. I think I've decided it's just like a personal thing for like new projects. I'll just do those kind of off stream for the most part. If only because seeing someone do a lot of setup every single time is not very interesting, I suppose. Let me see. I don't really remember where I left off. Like, we're here. We have all of these things. So you have your settings. You have your logs. Look at that. You can even open it. Wow. And look at that. The character actually shows up correctly. Yeah, I guess some of these logs aren't actually captured, aren't they? Or maybe not. Maybe these are only the initial logs, but anyways, here's the setting stuff. There's nothing in the tree just yet. Show raw mesh, whatever. Debug console, not yet implemented either. In-app help. In-app help should probably follow about the same structure, I guess. And then licenses, that works as well. Yeah, look at that. Phenomenal. I don't even know whose license this is. Whose is this? Thunder SVM. And they didn't even attach the license correctly, since it's copyright whatever at the very end. Alright, then we have all of these. Okay. I feel like I'm remembering where we were with this. I am noticing that tracking looks a bit different from the others, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, so why is tracking? So compared to all of these, let's close these. Tracking. Yeah. Tracking goes up a little higher. Let me see. So screens, GUI, pop-ups. Yeah, I'm had a brain blast over the weekend about how to, I guess, make this more extensible. So I'll do it this way for now, and then after I clean up GDML a bit more, I can move all of these kind of separate scenes to, you know, to GDML. Because actually, like, these are all completely separate stuff. Actually, it's just props. Props and presets are kind of weird, huh? Yeah. Oh, it's because... Oh, props and presets actually are nested inside of a... Oh, a VBox container. Now, why are they nested inside of a VBox container? I don't really remember, but we can mess with the constants here. So, change the separation so that they will all use the same stuff. Look at that. How neat. Okay. So also, in-app help. I'm thinking that this is probably going to be, yeah, a tree and VBox container, so we'll do the same thing here. Slap these into there. Call this 300. Yeah, okay. Anyways, we'll get around to this later. Tracking, how did I have this laid out? I feel like I need to have a screenshot of like the GUI. So okay, model, bones, gotta sneeze. Gotta sneeze. Okay. So tracking, we could probably change that to be like face tracking, and then there's like the actual, or it's like model tracking and face tracking. Yeah. Or I guess it's like model options, right? How do I have these? So these are more like, maybe these are more like model options, right? These and these. So these should probably be under model. Tracking should just be like selecting the tracker, lip sync stuff. Yeah, you know what? I think that makes more sense. I think that makes more sense. So let's open up model. So model, we can do the same thing. Let's change this to be probably the same structure as this. So an H-split container. So yeah, let's change this to be an H-split container. Change type, H-split container. Slap all of these in there. It's roughly the same stuff. Luckily, with how I have this set up, so everything's a pop-up, I just need to create the screens, and then everything else should just fall into place. Split container. Okay, so that's model. So what am I doing here? Let's grab the tree, and because we'll need the tree in order to add all the tree nodes associated with it. And I guess we'll just have to have all the views preloaded, maybe? OnReady var tree. Tree. Yeah, and then here, what would you even want to display? Like there's a lot of things you could just display from model stuff. Oh, hello, Needle Mouse. Hello, hello. How are you? Let me see. So for model stuff, so there's like load. So it'll give you the appropriate options. Or it's like, yeah, it's like load. Yeah, load will just give you like a screen that will allow you to select which thing you want. I'm writing my Linux for a contest on the Linux Discord. I wish you good luck. Some of these rices can get very, very fancy. I'm assuming that you are aware of the subreddit Unix porn. We'll take a look at some of those dot files if you want to get super fancy. So you can like change your compositor, that's probably step 1. So if you change your compositor, I think it's called Compton is there's a few compositors that are all kind of based off of Compton, or there's one that Compton's actually based off of that allows you to have fancy like see-through transparency, yeah, on your windows. All that stuff. Using Cinnamon now. I don't like KDE Plasma anymore. Yeah. Friendship ended with Plasma. Cinnamon is now my new best friend. Okay, so we'll have a general view. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so we'll have this be general. Now, you know me, I am loyal as always to XFCE. XFCE, easy to use. I think if I wanted something to look nice, I'll use i3 gaps. So it knows when I use Linux Mint, so I love it. That's fair enough. Cinnamon's neat, I suppose. I'm a bigger fan of their Toast Crunch, to be honest, but what can you do? Tree. Is it create item? Yeah, create item. Yeah. So that's your roots, and then we'll just add from all of this. My rice right now. Is it fried? Or is it just like regular white? Perhaps some of that fancy brown rice? What are we talking about again? Rice? Let me see. How would I want to do this? So I think what I can do is this. So var pages, which is an empty dictionary, and then we can just loop through the entire thing. Just like my dang panel on the left and a top menu. How did this happen? What? I think you're missing a few words. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I'm assuming you posted something in pictures, maybe not. My bot's freaking out though, for sure. Okay, so pages, we'll do for child in get children. So if child is equal to tree, then we'll just continue, don't do anything. Otherwise, pages child name is equal to child. So we'll maintain a reference to every single page. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good strategy, I think. And then we can do for key or page key, page name, page name in pages keys. Looks pretty good. No, you. All right, let's look at it. Oh no, it's my stream. Look at that. Oh, you have a transparent top bar. It's looking very... Has Cinnamon always looked like this? It reminds me of like the old Ubuntu desktop. I'm not sure. All right. Oh, Unity desktop. Yeah, Ubuntu Unity. I remember. With the sidebar. And then it's looking very Mac OS with the top bar. Oh, I'm using themes. I don't know. I didn't want this gnome look-alike. What do you have against gnomes? Garden gnomes are phenomenal. Page name and pages keys, we'll do var item, which is a tree item, is equal to tree create item root. So everything will be at a root view, and then we'll just have a, you know, single nested. I know, like hide root, yes. Drop mode flags, nothing. Select mode single. Yeah, I think that seems pretty good. One column. I don't think I need to, yeah, don't need to provide an ID. Yeah. So there's your item. I think that's just to make sure this is doing what I think it's doing. It's not. Okay. Seems strange. Oh. Why is there no name? So I'm able to select it. How do you do this? Is it's okay. Tree. Create item. Create item. Oh, you need to set the text. Okay, I remember now. Tree set text. Ooh. Or it's not tree, it's item. Set text. Column. 0. Page name, maybe? Give it another try. Trying to get my neofetch icon to be an anime girl or something to show my degeneracy. Don't you mean, hold on. I remember their names. What's the name of the Fumo you're getting? I don't remember. They're all the same to me. General, yeah, there we go. Tenshi? Tenshi just means angel though, doesn't it? So tree, What signals do we have? Signal, signal, signal. Signal, okay. So item activated. No, we don't want to do double click, just item cell selected, maybe? Button selected. Emitted when a button on the tree was pressed. Column title, no. Is it cell selected? Or is it item, not item activated, item collapsed? Item double click, item edited. Item selected, okay, we want item selected. It just turns out I didn't scroll down far enough. So we'll do a tree, connect, whatever the heck this is, on item selected. Yeah, and then on item selected, doesn't have any parameters associated with it. Although I could do that. So I could pass it in here. So when we're creating all the tree items, I could connect the signal over and over again just with different parameters, but that seems a bit wasteful. What I can do instead is do, you know, page name, some sort of string, is equal to tree, selected, get selected. I think get selected will give you a tree item, and then you need to get the get text for the given column, which will be 0. Yeah, okay. It would be cool to use i3 or window managers and DEs. I think you can. Like, you can definitely look up, like, use, like, i3 with anything, really. So, like, use i3 with GNOME. Yeah, there we go. GNOME is the most popular one. i3 GNOME, has anyone tried it? Regolith Linux? Regolith. Oh, that's neat. Yeah. So there must be ways of doing that, for sure. There's i3 with Cinnamon. You mean Cinnamon with i3? Because i3 is just a window manager. It doesn't provide any other desktop environment stuff. Tree column. Int 0. Just so that we don't have to think about it. GitHub i3 Cinnamon. Cinnamon. i3 gnome, i3 cinnamon. Yeah, it's all the same stuff. I would have to expect it's not super difficult, and then you just need to look at the make file, global settings, install. Who is install a built-in command? I don't actually remember. It's neat though. It is neat. Yeah, I suppose they prefix destination directory. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. It places it into your /user directory. That's gross. Not a huge fan of anything that basically subverts me like that. Although I do know that I am in the minority. I prefer to put everything that I personally install into my user directory, because I don't have to share my computer. Or I suppose even if my kind of reasoning is better for a shared computer, so that everything is kind of sandboxed within your user folder. But I suppose if you own your box, which most people do, it doesn't hurt to put it at the root level. Page name. What am I gonna do? I can do like a toggle all pages. So hide every single page, and then we turn on the appropriate page, or something like that. Or we can do, yeah, so var current page, which will be some sort of control. Yeah. So this will just be like a floating reference, more or less. So current page, hide, and then current page is equal to pages, page name, current page show, something like that, right? Yeah. So child, hide, something like that. And then we'll just need to grab general and set that as the default. Yeah. So since we're going to reuse this logic here, we can do so toggle page, so page name. I might need to break this out into something that's more reusable across stuff. We'll think about it. So this will be if current page is not null, then we'll do current page hide. Current page is equal to pages, page name. Current page show, so okay. Here we go. Toggle page. I think we'll always have general, so let's just assume that this will always be here. What's this about pages on models? So here's the idea about pages on models. So this will be a page, well basically like this will be a page on model. So this is like general options. So I'm thinking all of this will just have to be, yeah, all of this will be in general. And then I'll move all of these into separate pages as well. So damps, model manipulation, interpolations for layout. Yeah, it's for layout. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I think I almost certainly want to break this out into something else because I'm going to reuse all this logic. Almost certainly. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Isn't it Control D to... Yeah, there we go. Let's call this test. Just to check. So boom, general test. Okay, cool. And they don't have anything in them right now. So let me do label just as a test. Actually, that's not test. This is general. What am I doing? Like tabs? Yeah, it's basically like tabs, but like vertical. Basically like tabs, though. I wonder, would tabs be better than like a tree? Guess that's possible. But I feel like if you did it vertically, it would be kind of a waste of space. Or not vertically. If you did it horizontally, it'd be a waste of space. Since most options are just, you know, most options look like this. You don't need that much horizontal space, right? I have no idea about UX. Yeah. Me neither. My understanding about UX is basically if you hide an option, people are less likely to use it. Which is why like hiding things in menus is generally a bad idea. You don't want to have too many clicks in order to access anything either. Which is why I think I went too far in that direction with this, where everything is just available after one click. Might not be the greatest of ideas, so I'm trying to scale it back. So we'll have a few clicks, but then you can just keep it on screen if you want. Yeah, that's why this UI shows everything all at once. Yeah, but now we have this. Look at that. Look at that. So it's similar, but we do hide a bit more, so it's a bit cleaner looking. I think this looks pretty good. If I do say so myself. Look at that. I mean, nothing is clickable right now, but... And I guess also, this is a feature, not a bug. It's definitely a feature. So you can have the same menu open at the same time if you want. So the idea is that you should be able to hide and show your entire UI. So if you have like two things that you want to just have open in model, open at all times, that is a valid use case. Reminds you that I close any window. Oh no. Yeah, I like Eclipse. Eclipse is a good time. All right, don't close out of this. Okay, where am I? Here. Okay, let's break this out. So this will be, we'll call this like pop-up tree, base pop-up tree, maybe? Base pop-up, yeah, we'll call it base pop-up tree. I'm gonna break this out into its own thing, I think. Should be fine. So this extends hsplit container. That's probably fine. Oh, geez. That's probably fine. But what we'll do here, create a new script. Base pop-up tree. This will be something that extends from control. So it'll be very basic. Base pop-up and then base pop-up, well, base pop-up tree layouts. Rename. tree layout. Hooray for long names. So class name base pop-up tree layout. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Where is this? It looks a bit scuffed. All right, let's reload it just so we get rid of the class error. This, my biggest gripe with Godot is that it doesn't like working with the. It doesn't like playing nice with changing class names. All right, so this needs to extend base pop-up tree layout. Which means we get rid of all of these. Yeah, and look at that. So it's a bit counterintuitive, but how Godot 3 works with, you know, regular GD scripts is that the built-in functions are always called, so there's not really a great way of overriding them. Yeah, Godot has bad hot reload. Yeah, well, that's not true. Godot has bad hot reload if you're using class names. If you're using class names, it has bad hot reload. Okay, look at that. Which is a problem because I really like using class names. All right. So here's what you can do. Set up. We'll grab all of this. So we move all of these into setup. So this is another pattern I like to use in GD scripts. So it makes it easier to override stuff. Yeah, I do the same thing for all of the big manager stuff. So abstract manager does the same thing. So in init, we just have a setup logger, setup class, and then those should be overridden. You should never override init. And so in the same way, model should be overriding setup. Setup. That's probably rarer than adding, removing functions, or changing function bodies. Yeah, probably. I think it's more of a symptom of how Godot works, right? So to continue to bash Godot. Here's how classes are stored. It's absolutely horrible. Kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. And so when one of these gets messed up, it tends to mess up the entire editor for whatever reason. I think the nice part about this is that you can also just modify the... You can modify these by hand if you wanted to for whatever reason, and it'll also just work, but it's painful for sure. Not my favorite way of handling stuff. Okay, but this, we have general, and then general will do all of the other stuff. So it's kind of like a class path. Yeah, as it turns out, everything is just secretly Java. Everything is just secretly Java. You have discovered the secrets. All right, so let's do this as a... Everything should just be a scroll container, I guess. Oh no, hold on. Everything's confused now. All right, this general, then this should have a VBox. Yeah, okay. I think that's okay. Toggle page general, and then we'll also want to do tree set. So, how do I set something as selected? Here. Or do I need to grab the actual tree item to set it as selected? Set selected? Set selected? Set checked? No. Set text. Set selected. Set tree. how do I set something as selected via code? Scroll to item, click get column at position. Allow reselect, no. Edit selected, no. Get root, get scroll, get select, no. Hey, is it in tree item? Oh, select, okay. So let me think. Oh, and I think this is actually somewhat incorrect as well. So base tree layouts, yeah. So actually, how is this working then? Wait a minute. This shouldn't work. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Well, one, that's wrong, question mark? Yeah. So this should be, we'll call base setup. Yeah, and then it'll work how I think it works, right? So model, yeah, okay. Here, I think I can do something like set, like the initial page. Yeah, okay. So here, when we're creating the tree items, oh, hello, Nova. Hello. How are you? So our initial page should be a string empty. Looking like while I attend a meeting. Nice. Much appreciated. So this will work. Toggle page, probably not needed anymore if I just have an initial page, which I'll then do as like a selected thing. So if page name is equal to initial page, then we'll do item select column tree column. Something like that. Yeah, see, Nova knows the secrets. Nova knows the secrets. Yeah, the program is a little buggy for sure. Program is a little buggy to be sure. Like, I think if you run the small command using the channel points, it's actually bugged out. Because if I run the small command, it works as you would expect, right? It just shrinks you like that. I think how it works using channel points is that I set you from 0 for whatever reason, or I start your scale at 0, which is why you disappear when you run small once. I think that's how that works. Let me try. I haven't tested it in a while. Yeah. I set you from 0 when you run a channel point command, but from my visual UI, it works as expected. So, you know, just like a lot of things I write, there's a few bugs. So it goes. So from a tree, is there like a, okay, get column at position. Don't want to do that. Get edited. Yeah, there's not really a great way of getting a tree item. Like, there's no like search for tree item, I think. Yeah, you need to, yeah, I don't think there's any on one of these that just gives you like a search, right? Like search for a tree item that matches text. Yeah, that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. But I think this is good enough. So in model, I'll just have to do like initial page is equal to general, call setup, then we'll toggle the general page. Yeah, because there's no way for me to toggle the general page, really, while I'm running through every single page, right? Or actually, there is. Actually, there totally is. I can just do toggle page name. Yeah, there we go. Because everything is hidden by default. Yeah, I automatically hide it when initially setting stuff up. So this will work, probably. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. And let me do something really quick before that. So we'll go back to screens. This will be default GUI. This is what it looks like. I think it looks pretty good. I think that looks pretty professional, in my opinion. I don't know how much my opinion matters though, but let's add some input handling. So input, very pretty sections. Oh, thanks. I think your sections are very pretty as well. Woo. No. So if events is action, maybe I can do like, yeah, it should be action, right? It should be action. Is action pressed? Oh man, I still have allow move IK cubes. That's a blast from the past. That's a blast from the past. Toggle GUI. Then we will visible is equal to not visible. Just here. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's more or less just a flow of consciousness from my unconscious mind at this point. I'll move IK cubes. We don't want IK cubes. Okay. Really quickly, do all of this. Look at that. Okay, and then we can. Oh, never mind. Maybe. Shouldn't this be doing like an add? Yeah. Where do these add child to? So how does base pop up work? Do these like accidentally move themselves, or are these not hideable? So there's your default GUI. Okay. Default GUI is visible. Go into here. Oh. Default GUI. Huh. That's a bit weird. Just looking how to rise my Linux more. I think your sections are very pretty as well. It's a very I don't know. It kind of rolls off the tongue, don't you think? I think your sections are very pretty. I don't know. It doesn't really sound that lewd in the whole scheme of things. But here's the question: why aren't these hideable or not unvisible? Or are these like separate things entirely? Huh. I thought when you hide the parents, right? When you hide the parents, it should also hide all the children as well. Isn't that how that works? Maybe not. Maybe that's absolutely not how that works. Or actually, hold on. Is this like a funny pop-up thing? So like pop-ups, even though I'm not using the modal property of the pop-up, they still don't respect anything that I do. Pop-up hide. Oh, well no, I'm not hiding it. I'm not calling it hide. I'm just changing the property. Maybe this is something I will also need to include here. I'm not a huge fan of doing this though. So input, events. So we'll do the same thing. That just doesn't feel right though. That does not feel right. And I'm also not sure if this will propagate properly. Propagate properly. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? What is this? That's wild. That's not what I was expecting at all. Oh, because it's not the pop-up. Okay. This is the pop-up layout. Okay, so let's grab this. Base pop-up, and we can do the same thing here, I suppose. Slap it in there. Okay, now they come back. I still don't really understand why I need to do these individually though. Maybe these just don't get propagated, but then they still show up because they're not truly parented. Like, it should not be hoisting the pop-up though. And by hoist, I mean like moving it up in the scene tree. Like, I think that's what happens when you know, do all the modal stuff. Yeah, but there's nothing I can do here. Nothing I can do here. I really don't like this, having this be present in two places. Let me think. What I can do is run through. We'll do for child in get children. Child visible is equal to our own visible. Yeah, look at that. I think that will work. So, yeah, okay. That feels a lot better. So now I only need to maintain it in one place. Yeah. This might be a bit weird, but I wish there was a way that you could inject in code that relies on like a global context. I don't know how feasible that is, but I wish there was a way to be able to reuse code like that. Because like this is pretty general, right? Like this is, yeah, it's pretty general. It has almost nothing to do with anything else. Like it's not specific to the GUI at all. Actually, you know what? There is a way I can do that. I could have another singleton that's just like you feed in a reference to the current class and then I'll just run random blocks of code. It seems kind of weird though. It seems kind of a weird way of doing things, but yeah, because this is not specific, I guess. Like this is specific. Like this has to do explicitly with the current scene tree layout, but this will happen. This will always work more or less, unless you pass in a reference or anything that does not have the visible property. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a weirdo. It wouldn't be the first time. Alright, this is size flags. Do all of this stuff. Then for OpenCPageGD. You know what? I actually also found out something about my keyboard. So, one, I found out that my D key was repeating. So I ripped it out of my mechanical keyboard because it has hot swap switches. Replace it. And then I also found out that my escape key, just every now and then, whenever I press any key, sometimes the escape key will also just fire for some reason. I think because of like there's some sort of jitter. It seemed to fire when I like shake my keyboard. So I think it was just like randomly firing. So that almost maybe explains why sometimes I'll like mistype things because I don't know. I guess the escape key just fires at the same time because of the revibrations from my keyboard. You know, 10 out of 10 switches. Yeah, so ever since I also ripped out my escape key, I've been able to type a lot better. Random escape seems really dangerous. I think something that's slightly more concerning is the fact that when I shook my keyboard, I was able to trigger the escape key. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. It seems very weird to me. But it's the little things in life that keep it interesting. So load model, set model as default, and then like model controls. Or maybe it's just like load model, set as default. I don't know. Let's start doing this, and then also start thinking about. So there's like damps. I don't know. Like this is something I'm not sure about. How do I group these together? So like I think like interpolation options probably makes sense to group all together. I options make sense to group all together. Damps, I'm not sure. There's only 3 options and they're all whatever. And oh, actually, you know what? I've been recommended to call these looseness instead. Looseness. Just don't tell your parents I've been talking to you about my looseness. Might give people the wrong idea. Model manipulation. Maybe this should go under general as well. Yeah, that should probably go under general. Let me write some notes. I'm gonna forget. So general will have. Oh, thank you very much for the host. I missed it. It didn't appear in my. It's weird how like the hosts don't actually appear in your activity feed, so I don't know who it was. But I did see it pop up in my overlay. But hello, Jordan. Hello. Thank you for the host. I know your name. Let's see. General is going to have everything under model, so it's like load model, set model as default. How are you, Jordan? Hello. Isadora Avali, I think. Avale? It's me again. Thank you very much for the host. Much appreciated. Hope it helps you. Well, if it helps me farm stars on GitHub, it's always appreciated. That's all I'm in it for. Help pad that resume. Let's see. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. Are you doing pretty good? Are you Superman? You're doing well. Superman does good. What movie is that from? I hear that a lot, but I never remember what movie it's from. Like it's like I actually like yesterday I was watching Saving Private Ryan, right? And it struck me like I've never watched the entire movie all the way through. I've only seen it in bits and pieces. Like I've probably seen the movie like 5 times, but just not in one session. And so when I was watching, I was like, whoa. I didn't actually realize there's like Tom Hanks's character actually has a character arc. I did not know that. I thought Tom Hanks's character was just like, hey, I'm a big army man. I'm very chill. But actually... Wait, I did that in the wrong order. Let me see. So we'll do load model, set model as default. I guess these are just big buttons. So set, wait, load model should just be a button. Load model. Do I capitalize this? I don't. Load model. This will be set model. Oh. Set model default. Sometimes I wish that, like, maybe I put the scene tree over here so the inspector is just easier to reach, and then I put the entire file system stuff over here. Maybe one day. Let me see, what other things? So these are model controls, and then I can actually break these up using a separator as well. So separator, separator, H separator. Okay, and then these are toggle controls. Okay. Each box container. Probably want to break these out into their own things as well, but let's not do that for now. That's its own entire can of worms. So move model, and the other ones. So rotate model, behold. Oh, actually, this should be scale model, actually. Scale model. Yeah. Behold, UI programming. How exciting. I don't know if there's Ryan going to stream today, which kind of sucks. I made a very quick Easter edition of his model. Is it like Easter colored? Or what? Actually, does it... I thought the scrolling texture that you got working on his model, it looks pretty neat. Does that only work in VC Face, or does it also work in my application as well? I've never tried scrolling textures. I know how to do scrolling textures. That's actually kind of how this works, right? Where you do all this stuff, but... I've never tried anything that just automatically scrolls. At least not... Automatically scrolls not using code. Put a pair of bunny ears and an egg on his head. Nice. So this should be a... Actually, can't this just be a check button? Actually, yeah, this could just be a check button, right? Yeah, never mind. So check button 3 times. So this is move model, rotate model, and then scale model. The texture works in everything, including OpenCPace. Oh, baby. Yeah. I also been considering this because I get this every now and then. Like, why is this called OpenCPace GD? And I'm like very sorely regretting calling this OpenCPace GD. Or at least not building this out into its own separate project. That's one of the ways that you can tell, like, I wasn't planning on having this become anything more than this. Anything more than just like a pulling in tracking data into Godot. It's because I called it OpenCPace GD. Because OpenCP, like, calling it like library name -GD is generally what you name things, where it's like this does one very specific thing. And that's all it does. But, you know, here we are. Still chugging along. It works great. The best thing is I use only Blender to get it done, which just makes me stuck because I didn't even know I could do that. Ooh. Actually, how do you do scrolling textures in Blender? That's cool. Or I guess, how do you do scrolling textures without code? Is it, I'm assuming it's a shader? But I didn't realize that, like, shaders could export like that, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, only Blender though. Yeah, I'm glad the tooling around VRM has moved away. At least it's like Unity agnostic or game engine agnostic now. suppose you still need to use like a 3D thingamajig to do all this stuff. So this is reset model transform, reset model pose. Okay. I guess these are buttons. So reset model position. We'll call it model transform, because it's also going to reset the scale of the model as well. And this is reset model pose, reset model transform. We'll change this to be reset model pose. Clarity 06's add-on. It adds a shader called M2 in Blender. Ooh. There's a variable in the shader that lets you set a UV scrolling speed in X or Y axis. Oh, okay. Cool. Neat. I did not know that. I guess it's also, it should be somewhat obvious that I don't look into the other tooling parts of the ecosystem, which I probably should. So reset model pose, and I guess I should add like A pose, T pose model, and then have that, well, I guess VRM will just have to be slightly different. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Tracking model stuff. So there's like head bone and then apply translation, apply rotation. Okay. So these are, this should be an HBox container that contains, we'll call this head bone, add a label, call this head bone, and then add a, oh no, don't do this. Add a text edit, line edit. I think the thing is, I think I saw something about setting the variables from the expression UV coordinates. So vpupper, vpupper duck dogs may someday be a real thing. Ooh, the duck dog vpupper. I'm still really proud of that acronym. Don't know why. I like the sound of it though. Yeah, I think I was talking about this before I got super distracted, but I think once I do the entire, or once I finish up this rewrite, I'm probably going to move all of this application stuff into its own branch. So it won't be completely gone from the OpenCFace GD repository, but what I'm going to do is just make the master branch just the tracking library, in order for you to you know, add OpenCFace tracking to your Godot application, because I think that's just, it makes more sense that way. It makes more sense that way, but I'm not taking anything away from the repository. It's just not going to be the main focus of it. So hopefully, one, that reduces confusion as to like what, I guess, the name means or what the repository is all about. And two, it might push people towards, you know, vpupper, virtual puppet project. Actually, let me check something real quick. Did I, which domain names did I reserve? I need to check my email. I'm not gonna show my email on stream though. Let me see. Domains, Google. Don't go to my cart. Did I get vpupper or is it vpup pro? Because I think, yeah, .pr is Puerto Rico, not Portugal. It might be Portugal. Yeah, I have vpupper, vpupper.com. But then it's also, then I also have vpup pro, which is fun. Yeah, there we go. I suppose I can show this. Look at this. Because there's, you know, oh no, I'm based out of the US. Also, I own other domains yeah. So screenshot this if you want, but virtual puppets stuff, all of those just happen to be available. So decided just to snatch them all up. Such a terrible morning. GoDaddy really screwed me today. Yeah. Well, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop for like the Google stuff. I was advised to move all my domains off of Google as well, because I think if your account ever gets nuked by Google, you can never get it back, or it's really tough to get your account back. So having all these tied to my Google ID might not be the best of ideas, but I don't know. I think also, one of the unfortunate things about Google domains is they don't give you a bundle deal or a bulk deal. So you buy like a domain and hold on to it for like 5 years. You don't get a discount. Although it might be because Google just has it cheaper. I'm not sure. What was I doing? I was doing apply translation, apply rotation. So apply translation, apply rotation. But yeah, how did GoDaddy screw you? Kind of sounds weird when you say it out loud like that. Apply rotation. Oh, you know what? Give me 1 sec. I forgot I needed to do something. Because, I don't know if you're still here, Isadora, but I probably should just give you a follow as well. Let me do that really quick. Yeah, I'll give you a follow. There we go. And then I can watch myself in your follow window. Or not your follow window, your host window. GoDaddy transitioned email servers to Microsoft. So I had to resell my emails and also my father's web domain. Or also my father's web domain was about to be auctioned off out of nowhere. So there goes 80 bucks. It feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Well, at least you got it handled. More or less. Oh, that is so ugly. That is absolutely horrible. Why does it look like this? Why does that look like that? That's bizarre. If I'm being polite. Alright. Looseness. Then we'll have interpolation options. Okay, so interpolation options. Yeah, more or less. Yeah. I don't know. Like, so you have a custom email domain? Or is it... Yeah, well, actually, no. Wait, actually, yes. Do you have a custom email domain then? If you had to reset all your emails? Like, shouldn't the... Like, your email address doesn't change, right? Question mark? I don't actually know all that much about email. I've never had to set up my own email server. I should probably know more about that, though. I've tried to do it before, messed it up, and then just gave up and went back to Gmail. Alright, what am I thinking here? I think something is wrong with my theme. So we go to Assets, Default Theme. Then we'll just go to Manage Items, Import Stuff from the Editor theme. This is a check button. Let's grab the icons. Yeah, let's grab all the icons. Import selected. Send me. So we don't want to use the defaults. The defaults for the default theme stuff is ugly. Yeah, look at that. That looks way better. Right? I think that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Like, this is like everything that you may or may not need. So you'll have like load model, set model as default. Maybe this shouldn't be a button. They didn't change it, but what was confusing was I already have a Microsoft account with that email, so now I have 2 accounts with the same email. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. Wait, but I guess yeah, if it's on their server, it's kind of weird. That's true. So it's not on GoDaddy's server and then forwarded over, or I guess your address isn't on. Actually, I don't really know how it works. how do email servers work? I don't know. I've just kind of realized I don't really know how that works. But anyways, check that out. I think that's pretty good. And you can go back to my menu. You can open up another tab. Look at that. And then everything displays over. Look at that. Ooh. If I go to forwarded, jordancruz.com will be connected to my Wix site. Soon though. Nice. Isn't, that shouldn't be too bad, right? Shouldn't be too bad. As long as Jordan Cruz is still available. Don't know how popular that name is. You know, in my case, there's actually a lot of Timothy Yuan's here. Or not here. Well, no, that's not true. There is a Timothy Yuan who is a professor at UT Austin, which kind of bothers me. Who also, because he also does like computer science stuff. He does like, it's like it's like a learning thing. He does like user learning with computers. So it's like behavioral research. So he's like a pseudo computer science, pseudo psychologist, I guess, who does research, something like that. So he has timothyyuan.com, and then there's like just other Timothy Yuans in Hong Kong who also own timothyyuan.org and timothyyuan.net. Come on. So I had to settle for timothyyuan.io, which is unfortunate to say the least. It's unfortunate. All right, looseness. Tell me more about your Stop. Stop it, self. Don't do this. So this should be translation, rotation, or rotation. It still is. I got that domain in the bag. I just can't afford to pay Wix per premium. Oh, okay. So your issue is more that you don't have your own website. So you don't want to make your own website. You still want to use Wix, but Wix charges a premium for, I guess, like allowing you to forward your website to the domain name that you own. Yeah, like you want Wix's web design sensibilities, right? The IO is probably better for your specific work in games and VTuber, maybe. Maybe, but it's still nice because everyone knows .com, right? .com is the jam, if you will. Right? Because when you think of a website, you think of, you know, .com. Maybe .org or .net, but it's a bit tough. Fortunately, my full name is still available, but I'm not gonna register a website with my full name .com. I'm not saying my full name just because it might be kind of weird to have people know what my middle name is. It's not hard to find it, I suppose. Actually, I don't think I have my middle name anywhere on the internet, so I will continue not to say it out loud. Yeah, IO is nice, but also, did you know IO is like fairly expensive? Like you had to pay a lot more for IO. At least on Google domains. Like .com, that's like 15 bucks, right? But an IO domain, I think is 50 bucks. Not a huge fan of that. Yeah, but I suppose if you want to see my website, I know you didn't ask, but I'm going to show it to you anyways. Look at that. Look at that. It's very professional. It's also kind of broken because I used to have it, like I developed it to be used with a Rust web server But then when I was deploying it to my actual DigitalOcean server, I got lazy. And so now it's just directly hosted by my Nginx proxy. It's a lot of fun. Look at that. My 2 educations that continuously like get all recruiters confused. Because it's like, what the heck? You have 2 bachelor degrees? But in 2 different years? What happened? I was like, you know, the usual. Failed 1 elective when I shouldn't have. But still had a job, so I had to graduate. Or had a job offer that I accepted, so I still had to graduate. So I went back at some points. Well, I didn't go back. I actually took a class at another university. Way easier, by the way. Oh, there's a bug on my wall. No. Come back. Ugh. Okay. There's a very small ant crawling on the wall behind my monitor, but it's too tall for me to reach. Be nice if Wix lets you download the CSS, HTML, JavaScript. Maybe. I think you can still do that. It just won't. It might be less than legal. Might be a little less than legal. Oh, nice website. Thank you. Thank you. I followed the first, what is it called? 3JS tutorial I could find on making something follow your mouse, and here we are. Yeah, 3JS is pretty sick, but also kind of hard to use, surprisingly enough. Surprisingly enough, kind of hard to use. Interpolation options. So this is, we need to have a button and then also like a rate button as well. So VBox, this will be global interpolate. Global interpolation, and then we'll have check button. It's not a checkbox. Check button. It's close looseness. Here on stuff. Static website generators. Yeah, there's tons of static website generators. I think one of the more popular ones is, oh no. There was an ant on my wall, and I don't really have anything else on my wall besides like monitors and stuff, and I've lost it. It's gone away. Oh no. Where'd it go? It was crawling though. It was zooming. Render start streaming. See, put on the egg hat. Take it easy. I'll still be around. No obligation to hang out. I'll just be here crying myself to sleep. Out of loneliness. It's one that starts with a J that I forgot. Hugo. Did I mention it before I got distracted? Hugo. Hugo Golang. Pat's Tim. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. I know this one is pretty popular. Look at that. Hugo, 58,000 stars. Static website generator, written in Golang. It's also what I based my initial implementation of my Discord/Twitch bot off of. How fancy. Because and it's also, you might notice, this is also how I like to structure my code, is like Golang style. Probably not the best of ideas, but to do anything Golang style, you just have like a bunch of folders just in your root folder, as opposed to having a source folder and then putting them all in there. So it might be a weird opinion to have. Yeah, see ya. Take it easy. Let's see, global interpolation, HBox. Add a label. I use a source folder. I feel like a source folder that's very like C style almost. It's very C style. I know Rust also uses a source folder, but I don't know. It's like, why not just throw everything, like only subdivide things when you have to subdivide things, right? Yeah, like I used to be on the same boat, right? Because, you know, trained as a Java developer, so of course everything must be subdivided into millions of folders. Line edit, yes. To make a project in an IDE and simulate the source folder to a Git repo. Oh no, that sounds horrible. Sorry, no offense meant, but also, why would you do that? All right, so there's global interpolation. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that was gaze, blinking mouth. Gaze, blinking mouth. Gaze. We'll call this global, right? Gaze, blinking mouth. Let's see, keep the ID setting up stuff out of my Git repos. I think that's probably fair. Isn't that usually what you would use a git ignore for, though? So global interpolation. Then this is just the rates, I suppose. This is gaze interpolation. I think this one is hard to explain, what the difference between like a global interpolation and like, you know, gaze, blinking, whatever. I think I should probably provide documentation on like what the difference is, but not today. No, shrug, it works well. Yeah, that's fair enough. If it works, it works. If it works, don't change it. Blink, and then this is the rate, mouth, what that mouth do, mouth, and then the rate. Yeah, there we go. Angle interpolation versus XY, not really. So these are all just the same interpolation rates, but for this, it's easier to demonstrate with like a real model, right? So I change into this one. Hear my PC fan really spin up. So the difference between all of these is that like if you turn off, or you can override the global interpolation rates. So if you want, so you can see like the mouth interpolation rate is actually already overridden. So that's a lot faster. But you could turn it off and then just use the global interpolation rate for your mouth movement. So it will track a lot slower. So it looks more smooth, but that's not usually something that you want for you know, your mouth movement. Right? You want your mouth movement to be snappy. Usually. So it's not really, it's actually like almost the same thing as the damps. Like these are damp values. These are damping values almost. But I don't know. I suppose you could also turn this up to over 1, so maybe it's more of a rate than a damp. But all these values are just multiplied against the existing values. But yeah, so if you were to turn off interpolate mouth and then also turn off like global interpolate, or we could keep on interpolate mouth but turn off global interpolate. And so this is what it looks like without interpolation. It's just, because I'm also, remember, only tracking at 12. So this is what it looks like when you track at 12 frames per second and also do not interpolate. Would it diverge if you set it over 1? I'm not sure. I know it won't break, but maybe. I don't know. I've actually never tried. What happens if you do like... It just looks really choppy, I guess. Oh, yeah, no, it definitely diverges. It's freaking me out. Stop. Okay. You know what? That's not a bug, that's a feature. You heard it here first. You know what? Well, if I ever got presets working, that might be something fun to have. Is like just like a freak out preset where it's like the global interpolation rate is just set to something higher than 1. Let's see VC face do that. So yeah, if you set blinking to 2. Hello, how are you? I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. I don't know. Yeah. I guess that's kind of cool though. So you could set this at 2 and then just kind of toggle it on and off like that if you wanted to. I don't know why you would want to, but what happens if you interpolate your gaze up? So like set it at 2. Oh God. Yes, I did have 3 pots of coffee today. What of it? Oh geez, what happened to my eyes? Yeah, this doesn't look right. Yeah, I think they got broken somehow. Set it back. I like that. That's actually kind of a cool effect. Do I have the eyes unlocked? I do have the eyes unlocked on this. And also, I do have the ability to link eye blinks as well. Neat. Anyways, let's get out of this. Let's not get out of this, actually, because I'm still writing this. This is the interpolation stuff, but let's not do that right now. We need to do eye options, which is very similar. Let's just copy that. Interpolation options. And then this is eye options. Oh, options. Let me see if I can read this from my overlay so I don't have to tab back and forth. I cannot. Okay, well. A boy can dream. What do we got? So that should track eye. So you can also just turn off eye tracking entirely if you want. So then you'll just always look forward. Which is what happens sometimes with, like, I think if you just use MediaPipe by itself, or if you use Python MediaPipe or JavaScript MediaPipe, so there is Kaleido face. Kaleido face, something like that. Yeah, Kaleido face uses MediaPipe because Google just provides a JavaScript package for it. But last I checked, the JavaScript library for face tracking does not do retina tracking, which means that whenever you use Kaleido face for tracking, it will look like this. So your eyes will not follow whatever. I think OpenSea face is probably one of the better ones in terms of like eye tracking, because you can see that it does this. I think, does VC face limit how far your eyes can rotate as well? Because like all models actually have a built-in like max rotation amount. So if you set it to be a very constrained amount, your eyes will only rotate a little bit, something like that. Whereas for my application, I accidentally had it using the raw amounts already at all times, so wasn't very hard to just keep it in. Check button. Let's delete the global thing, we don't need this. But of course, as always, it's not a competition. Not yet anyways. For OpenSea face, I'm not in competition for VC face, but maybe one day, whenever I get this rewrite done, we might be in competition. Friendly competition, in any case. Yes, girl, slay. Let's see, HBox container. We'll need 2 of these, but before we do that, we need a label and then a line edit. Label. Don't know why I do this manually every single time. I already have the template here. So this is gaze strength, blink threshold. Gaze strength. Oop. Gaze strength, blink threshold. So the gaze strength is what it sounds like, is like how much to multiply your eye rotation by. So I think about half is usually pretty good. Otherwise, you'll start getting results like this, which looks kind of terrifying when you rotate on the x-axis. I mean, it is somewhat correct. It's kind of correct to how my eyes are actually moving, because I am moving my eyes all the way to the side here. But it's a bit too much in my opinion. Maybe this is okay. Yeah, but I think if you turn off, is this broken? No. This is the model's set eye rotation, which still looks pretty good, but then you can choose to do it even further, like this. So they move slightly further around if you want them to, which I'm a big fan of. So this is blink threshold. Blink threshold is when I should consider your model to be blinking. Because actually, to get a full blink, your eyes need to be registered at like 0 in terms of eye open. But that's not completely true in all cases. Because I think sometimes your eye, the minimum eye value that the face tracker will give you is like 0.1, so you'll never blink. Your eyes will just become like this low. So you never actually blink, you'll just kind of like squint a little bit. So that's what the blink threshold is for, is to force a blink at some point. All right, link eye blinks and then use raw eye rotation. Da-da, bum, bum. Oh, not like this. So link eye blinks and then use or raw eye rotation. Does it support using more sensors? OpenSea Face, the face tracker, does not. I do know that there is a program called Free Mocap. I think I would be open to, integrating with this. But I need to get this first rewrite down, and then we can start talking about external trackers. But that's also when we move over to the successor project, Virtual Puppet Project, oh baby. Or as the website will be called, VPup Pro. That's real-time lip sync. What are the repositories? Puppeteer, yeah. So on my Discord, it's listed as VP3. Oh, my bot's kind of broken. Ignore that. VP3. So Virtual Puppet Project Puppeteer. Get it? Or VPupper for pro. VPupper Puppeteer for short. But whenever I think of like pupper or like a virtual pupper, I always think of the logo for Puppy Linux. I don't know why. I always kind of think of that. I don't know. It's weird. Puppy Linux. Look at that. Look at that cutie. Link eye blinks. Yeah, see the benefit of having a mascot that is, cute is that it's also eye-catching. So people are like, oh, that's a cool mascot. The duck, pretty good, but OpenCFace GD doesn't really have any references to that. Vpupper, puppy, ooh, could have a pretty sick mascot. Something like that. Think of everything. Playing the long con, etc., etc. All right. Open this up. I guess these should probably be have like the sides of it. Yeah, probably have the sides of it. Farther away from the side. It's not really a great way of explaining that. But I think this looks kind of bad. I mean, it's not touching the side. It's actually about the same as the other ones, but it's just like this spacing here looks kind of weird because of the little grabber. Stream cutout. Oh, did I drop frames? I didn't drop any frames. It's possible my internet cut out for a little bit. It wouldn't be the first time, for sure. Look at that. So you can have multiple of these windows open. They'll all update, hopefully, in real time, and then you can just, you know, do something like that. You can even make them smaller if you wanted to. Look at that. You can scroll through it. Oh, baby. Look at that. Here's me. Stream is fine, by the way. Is this how you're planning to have the UI, or is that getting rid? Oh no. Does the UI look bad? I mean, this is what the UI looks like right now. To Muriel. So this is the rewrite. I guess, do you have a suggestion on how to do this better? So I think the design philosophy behind this one was, like, in terms of UX, you don't want to hide anything. Like, the more things you hide, the less likely people are to use them, which is why I went with this, where you just single click and you are where you need to be. But I think this looks very messy. But I think with this one, I don't know, we're hiding stuff and then you just have things in menus, I guess. Looks fine. Not sure about the amount of sidebars though. That one felt like a Chrome experiment kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, what are you suggesting then? Right? Criticism is good as long as you offer a counter suggestion then. Like, would you instead suggest breaking these all out into just their own things here on the sidebar? Like the kind of thing that the thing that I had in mind, right, was that you would be able to have like multiple of the same menu open. So you might notice that these are the same menu, model and model, but I have them open to the same thing. And then when you press escape, it just hides like that, something like that. Because it's a tracking thing, right? Like the entire point is that you should be able to just, you'll never have the defaults, right? You won't ever have the UI open, I should say. And then when you show the UI, then you just have everything that you need, so you could organize it like this if you want. Option for transparent windows? Maybe. I'll think about that. I think having the first sidebar, model, bones, when you click on reveal the options, click on the option to have the pop-up or something like that. Hide the second panel until you click a tab. Having the first sidebar, yeah, model bones. When you click on reveal the options. What do you mean reveal the options? Oh, you mean like go directly to this thing and then have an option to pop it out afterwards? I guess, yeah. I guess that's actually closer to like that's how this application works, pixel edit. Not the most popular one. Yeah, I think they're talking about something like this. So you're able to... I hope I don't mess up my layout, by the way. So you're able to, so you have like a little info bar here. So you would have something... I don't know how to make it smaller. But you have the option to pop it out like that if you want. But I guess what would you expect to happen then here? Like this would just immediately change to this menu, and then you could pop it out. So when you click on the button, a pop-up doesn't appear, but instead this sidebar just switches to be this option menu. When you click model, it expands the tabs. Click on those tabs to pop up their config, I guess. Nah, I think that's too many things about GIMP's menu boxes. Nah, I think that's too many button clicks almost. Like that's just me. I don't know. A drop down. Yeah, that's too many button clicks, isn't it? Because then you need to click on the, like that's how these top menus work, right? So you'll have this stuff, whatever. I feel like that's too many button clicks though. IMO. Right? Because the idea is that you'll just keep these open anyways, right? Instead of like doing like model general, what you could do is just keep this online, so you never need to click on model again if you don't want to, right? So you'll just tab in, tab out. If you want to modify something, you'll just show it. It's not tab actually, it's escape. I close them for a sliver of performance, maybe. I don't think they actually run if they're hidden though. So I don't think you're losing any performance. Like, yeah, they take up a bit more memory, that's true. But I don't think you lose performance. Like, you don't lose any cycles. They're just loaded in memory. So as long as you have at least 8 gigs of RAM, you should be fine. Have something like Blender's bottom right menu, small sidebar with just icons, and I don't think anyone should be looking to Blender for UI. I don't like Blender's UI at all. Yeah. That's the big thing, is that you can hide the entire UI, and then you can also have multiples of the same menu open at the same time. So you could do something like this. Oh, that's not good. Maybe this should be, I don't know. The idea is that you can do something like this. So these are both the model menu, but you can have it open to different things. Whereas if you were to go into Blender's menu, and then Blender always opens up on my bottom monitor. Right, Blender, you can only ever have one open at once. I think you can pop it out though, but Control, Alt, Shift directions in the bottom bar in GIMP, maybe. It's been a little while since I've used GIMP. Release the GIMP. Yeah, I think Blender's UI is very powerful for sure, but I think it's also not something that you should be taking design pointers from. Inkscape also has them. I've also not had to use those things in a while. But yeah. I'll keep it under consideration. But I think this idea minimizes the amount of clicks that you need to do to get to any one menu. And also is more conducive for making really quick changes to things. You know, I'm working on it as well. So, I'm working on a customizable version of this. So, what are you doing this fun? But in the future, you could think about themes. Oh, themes, perhaps. So, funny you mentioned that. I actually wrote this library, so GDML, in preparation for doing this. So I was initially intending to write this entire UI using GDML, which, if you look at this is very HTML style. And then there's also an example here, everything, GUI. everything XML. So this is the everything thing. So using that methodology, you could paste in, because yeah, you could paste in your own theme essentially. It's kind of weird, but it'll totally work. So this is how you would do custom themes. I noticed that Pixelorama and their newest release, Pixelorama, also has extension support in their latest release that was released 3 days ago. But I don't think they have custom themes support like this. Or I guess custom UI supports if you just want to write your own UI. Because I have a system that's just ready for that. Yeah, so to answer your question in a lot of words, yes, there will be custom theme support. Custom UI support, yeah. Well, as I mentioned before, like this application already has custom UI support. Like all the views are already laid out via XML. So if you wanted to like move things around, you can. Because everything is component based off, and then everything is parsed. Components inserted, etc., etc. So let's go to, let's also close Blender really quickly. No need to keep Blender open. This is model. I think model is more or less done. It just needs to be hooked up. Why rewrite the UI engine then? Well, because the XML files that were used to customize this were very restrictive. So you had to provide a left side, a right side, and a floating bar, and then everything had to be controlled via some other thing. So it was very restrictive, very, very restrictive. So I think to get the rewrite out faster, I'm just hard coding it once again using Godot nodes. But once I, patch up, better nested XML support in GDML, I'll probably throw that back into the application, or at least provide an alternative UI that is moddable. That's the idea. That's the idea. So like this application right now, or this library right now, GDML, is totally functional. It's just a little clunky and a little unpredictable, shall we say. A little unpredictable. So I do want to, unblock the ARKit face tracking support stuff though. Because that code is more or less ready to go. It's just waiting on me. So I'm trying to get the GUI stuff done. What else is there, by the way? So there's bones. Let's add this. This needs to inherit from base pop up. Ooh, bones does not actually need to inherit from that. So this is the bones stuff. Mapped bones. Let me think about how I'm going to do that. I don't want to use a tree layout, so yeah. There's a few things that are just custom, more or less. Like features, I think also doesn't use the tree layout, maybe. Or it's not features, it's called props now. Presets might use the tree layouts. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, I'll BRB. Gotta use the restroom. Hello? Hello, hello. Sweet hair swish tableau. Swish, swish, swish. Hair swish is freaking nice. Oh, thank you. No, you. Check this out, though. Oh, my favorite part. Another one of my favorite parts about this application. How does this make you feel? Does this disturb you? I could probably mess with the translation even more. I guess your neck still kind of breaks. A little bit of translation is good. Having this much translation is a bit disturbing. Hold on, we can, yeah, like, oh. I heard you were talking smack. Oh, and then the hair gets stuck in my chest. Just, does this bother you? And then the hair falls through my chest. All right, let's turn that off. Oh God, wait, hold on. The head got stuck. You know what? I've never thought about that, but that's probably true. Fair. All right. Ah, no. Okay. A-pose me. All right. Well, that's probably not good. How do I fix this? Load me. Load me. There's a way to fix this. I know this. Oh no, I think it. Oh, okay, no, we're saved. We're fine. We're back. We're back. Pretend like nothing happened. You didn't see anything. Press T pose and A pose. No, I think it's almost certainly a bug with the tracking stuff. I should probably fix that. I think that's still present in the current version. I'm pretty sure that's still present. I have not fixed that, but I'm not sure how to fix that though, because yeah, like the pose is based off of your, I think, hold on. What is the code based off of for the posing? I don't remember. So in VRM, so extensions, VRM model. Actually, no, it's not in VRM model, it's in model, puppets. Apply movement. Yeah, no, this is based off of bone poses, and then when you press reset pose, it should run through every single bone and then reset the pose to your rest pose. I'm not sure how that happens then. It is pressing T pose first and pressing A pose fixes for me. Oh, does it really? Why is that actually? that doesn't make any sense to me. Says the guy who supposedly wrote this application. All right, send me like that. So this is also pretty good. This is also pretty good. Just cosplay as a hunchback. So T pose and then A pose. T pose, A pose. Yeah. I thought that that's what I thought, is that doesn't work. Now I'm broken again, but I don't know. This is pretty good. What if I just move it close to the camera? Maybe farther away. Lock it in like that. That's pretty good as well. I'm like a giraffe. Around town. Okay, let's get out of this. Yeah, it's a bug. I don't know why it's bugged. Has something to do with one of these. So in entities, VRM, GD. No, these are, yeah, set bone pose, and then we go into the screens, GUI. Which one was it? Did I accidentally put all the logic into? No, maybe. Man, I've been working on the rewrite for so long, I don't remember how the original application works anymore. It's in model, right? Yeah, set up A pose. Wait, maybe that's not? How do I A pose? Oh, this is the show the elements. How does A posing work? Could you add eye tracking to the duck? I could. I'm not going to though. Mostly because I don't really want to. I have the source files for the duck somewhere. But if you look at the duck, the code for tracking the duck is kind of jank. So like the duck code is, yeah, I mean there it is, right? It's just a really quick GD script. So I teleport from position to position in the animation player. So in duck, yeah, there we go. So the way to get like blinking and stuff for the duck is just controlled by animations, and then you can see here that there's references to like material UV1 offsets. Yeah, and then I just kind of offset to various vector 3 positions on that UV. So it's possible, I think, to do gaze tracking, but then I would need to also figure out what to do. Like I would need to redo all the UVs for the duck, I think, if I wanted to do eye tracking, which I have very little confidence in myself in because I'm not good at 3D modeling. I wish I was good at 3D modeling. I just don't have the patience for it. Yeah, I should probably show off the other models that I've made for this. Like the other things I've made for this also work, but they're just kind of weird. Okay, yeah, I think like in addition to the duck, yeah, I made a mushroom like that, which is why there's also a mushroom character here as one of the sprites. It's because I also made a mushroom. It looks like that as well. Red mushroom cap with the eyes. But everyone likes the duck. Maybe I'll go back to a mushroom. Going back to this, bones. I think this one should just show off all the bones in a list, I guess. So let's change this to be a scroll container with a nested VBox. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So model, these should be all the bones, and then what options should you have attached to these? I know that someone requested that you have the ability to like adjust the tracking sensitivity per bone. Why don't you want to use trees? I kind of get, but every software out there uses trees for bones. What do you mean uses trees for bones? What do you mean by trees? Do you mean like representing? Hold on, I'm kind of. This isn't really great. Are you talking about? Oh, like a file tree? Yeah. Oh, so what you're saying is I run through all. I build a tree of bones. You know what? That could work. That could work. I think. Yeah. So instead of doing like this, I do. Like I use this structure instead. So I do like a root bone, and then all the bones that inherit from the root bone go down one level, and we'll just keep going down the levels in terms of like, yeah. So basically, I build an inheritance tree. Okay, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. I think it's among the same lines of what I was talking about before, is that it's hiding too much information. I suppose I could just do like I could do this and then also do it like tree based. So like when there's like a general or like an all that is selectable. But then you could also just drill down per bone, and then you get a few more options, I suppose. So maybe like all is like a read-only view of every single bone. But then you could also have like a tree structure of bones if you want to have more fine-grained control, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that'll work. Maybe. So we'll do the same thing then. Let's make this an H-split container. Don't merge from scene. No, get out of here. I suppose that makes sense. H-split container. Put a tree, and then I'm stalling for time. Scroll container. So this will be, we'll call this general, or maybe just like all, perhaps. Or maybe, yeah, general, or info. Yes, info is good. I like info. Maybe have the bones on a tree and sidebar, and click on one shows the options for it, and you'll have a lot more space to add more stuff. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say, but also explaining very poorly. Yeah, so you'll have like an info thing that's just only read only, or it's entirely read only. So I think this view is good. I like this view, but it is also very limiting for how much information I can actually display. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is under the info view, we'll have this. There's not going to be any buttons. It'll just be like here's all the bones, here's all the options that are assigned to them in general. Or maybe here's all the bones that are currently modified. So you can see that like the spine is actually being tracked. I've also turned on the bust to be tracked for whatever reason. I don't remember when I did that. And then of course the head is being tracked because that's the head bone as defined in tracking, which maybe I should move that over to bones, maybe. I don't know. Booba tracker, yeah. I mean, I think I can turn off like all the head tracking motion, and then it's only the mammary glands that are actually being moved, to put it in the most sterile, scientific way possible. Okay. But then this is kind of hard. Because I don't want to add a node. Yeah, I don't want to add a node for every bone that I have. That's not that's not a good idea, because you see, like, these auto-generated models have a ton of bones. So even though it's fairly lightweight, it's going to eat up a ton of memory. Still have bones. Should move that over to the bone. Memory glands are being moved. You know. Clip farming. Clip farming. Clippers, where you at? Okay, so we'll call this bones. Who else up playing with their bones? Alright, so we'll do the same thing here. So here's your base pop-up tree layout. You can't auto-generate nodes for them. I can auto-generate tree nodes. That's no problem. That's no problem. I think something that's a bit more difficult, because I'm doing object and, you know, I'm doing object-oriented programming stuff here, right? So I'm trying to inherit from the base pop-up tree layout. Like, that's how model works. So I didn't have to write any code to handle any of this tree stuff, or even I didn't have to write any code to even do any of this stuff popping up, right? Or at least I didn't have to write any custom code specifically for model. That's the cool part. Now for bones, that's a bit different, right? Because I don't want to auto-generate a page per bone, because that's a lot of nodes. Like, can I auto-generate nodes for every single bone? Yes. Do I think it's a good idea? No. Yeah, there we go. Oh, geez. Turn this to 300. That should have worked, by the way, but maybe not. Bones. Oh, hold on. Give me one sec. So we go to model, hide roots. No, but then in base pop-up tree layouts, we'll go into tree. Tree hide root is equal to true. Yeah, so then these should all work as expected. So then this is good, this is fine. You can click on this. Kind of breaks for some reason. Why aren't there any pages? There should be at least one. Oh, it's because, I see. Yeah, okay. So in bones, we gotta take out the ready function. It should still fire, because it should be calling the, is that not how that works? Huh? Is that not how that works? Hold on. Yeah, that should be valid. That should be valid. Right? That's weird. Why does that happen? I'm not doing anything custom here, am I? Current page, nothing. On item selected. Oh, it's because I need to do this. Sorry. Toggle page name. Toggle page name. Sorry. So that should be fine. Boom, bone. Yeah. Cool. So let me think. I think info, we can auto-generate a bunch of stuff for that. That's no problem. We also need to call the super setup function. Then let's think about what else to do here. So we auto-generate pages in the base setup function, but I think what I need to do is kind of fudge it for the... I'm thinking. So initial page. All right, initial page, we'll just call it info. That's easy enough for now. But so we'll deal with the setup, and then we might need to do some manual tree manipulation explicitly for bones. Yeah. I'm not happy with it, but yeah. Let me see. So let's open up model. All right. Thanks for being useless. Open up this thing. Base tree layout, and then in bones, we might need to do some special stuff here after setup. So we generate all this stuff, and then we'll just need to manually append to pages for every single bone in the current model. Yeah, okay. That'll work. So how do I get access to the current model that's on the screen? Nope, this is not it. This one is it. So we click on this stuff, look at the remote scene tree. So here's the model. This is the model parent. This is the duck. We don't want to just do like, we don't want to just like try to subvert it by doing like, boom, get parents, and then get the model parent's child. That's not a good idea. So who has access to the current model? The runner has access to the current model. So we look at default runner, because that's the one that I'm running right now, or that's the one I'm using right now. Setup scene. We have access to the model here in the runner. So maybe for every single GUI thing, what I can do... What do I want the API to look like? Default GUI. Where are you at? Default GUI. This is the default GUI. Then default runner. I'm trying to remember what the order of initialization is here. I don't think I have this documented yet. Oh, what the heck? Thank you very much, Melchizedek. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? Hello. Much appreciated. What I am working on today is I'm rewriting this application. So I wrote OpenCPH GD. You can find that on my GitHub. Let's see if my bot is still broken. Yeah, my bot is still broken, but it's at least posted the link. You know, feel free to drop links into chat, etc. if you have links to your projects or whatever. But yeah, I'm rewriting this so the UI is less horrible, and then also it's easier to extend and all that. So this is what I have so far. So here's all your runners. So there's the default VRM runner will be able to load VRM models like this. But we'll just load in the default. So there's your default GUI. We don't have much control as of right now, but you might notice that the UI is a bit nicer looking. So we have a big top bar, that's nice. Model menu, so you have model options like load module. All these buttons, which mimics what I currently have here, except now it's a bit more professional looking, I guess. And then also, it's a feature, it's not a bug. You can have the same menu open twice, and then you can just hide everything. So once you're done configuring all the stuff or whatever, you can hide it, and then you'll just continue on with your day, I suppose. Yeah. But everything is free and open source. It's developed in the open, as some may say. So under the super cleanup branch. So hopefully I can get this done quickly, and then I can move on to implementing other tracking backends. So right now the primary tracking backend is OpenCFace, which is the same one that's used in VCFace. So I've kind of named myself into a corner by calling it OpenCFace GD. But someone else has already written an iFacial mocap backend. I plan on working on a media pipe backend, and then also a mouse tracking backend. So based on where your mouse is, the model will just kind of look at you. You know, of course, it's still in development. We're almost there. Is there a lot of competition in the VTuber software area? Yeah, I guess, right? I think most people, if you're running Windows, use VCFace. And even if you're on Linux, people still try to use VCFace via Wine. There's ways to make it work. I know that some of the bigger ones just use their own like custom stuff. Like, who was the biggest VTuber on Twitch? It's not Bebe. I don't remember what she uses. I only know her name because I saw on live stream fails that she got banned. But who's the biggest one? I forget. But I remember that she used to use her own custom, like Unreal-based renderer, and it wasn't even a standard Vroid Studio model. It was like a super duper custom. This is a Vroid Studio model. This is a reference model. And then also, unlike some other programs, you don't need to do any, I guess, pre-processing manipulation in order to just load in random GLB models. Look at that. So it uses MapleStory style expressions. The mascot for the project, and also the second 3D model I've ever made. And it's still one of the best ones I've ever made as well. Iron Mouse, and I believe she uses VTuber Studio. Komiko uses a custom Unreal thingy. Yeah, it's one of them. I forget. It is one of them. Yeah, I usually use the duck, but it's a bit. Wiggle this out. Using this one allows me to show off functionality a bit more. But yeah, this project has been majority solo, but I've also developed it entirely on Twitch. No, that's not true. It's like 90% developed on Twitch. Yeah, the VTuber Studio, there's a big difference between like the Live 2D and VRM, which is the 3D model stuff. Live 2D is hard to use. Live 2D, hard to use. Uses a very custom like mesh layout thing. I am actually working on a port to Godot, because you might notice that I'm writing this in Godot. I am working on porting Live 2D to Godot, but you know, as mentioned previously, I want to get this rewrite done so I can get iFacial mocap tracking in, where iFacial mocap tracking is ARKit stuff. So it's more accurate, gives you more shapes, etc. But Live 2D is the anime style ones. Like the anime style, not the 3D anime stuff. Let me see. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to make this fit into a UI that looks like this. 3D anime. I mean, there is like a decent amount of 3D anime out there. Like, isn't like the new Berserk uses a lot of 3D? I remember that. I think Alda Noah Zero is 3D as well. I have watched a pretty good bit of anime, and now I don't watch anime anymore. Hello, Arrow. Berserk. Knights of Sidonia. Yeah, Knights of Sidonia, pretty sick. I thought Knights of Sidonia was good, personally. That might be a hot take. might be a hot take. So already var info. Oh. Landy Luscious is certain scenes I'm fine with some 3D animes I just can't watch. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I think there's a lot less expressiveness in 3D for whatever reason. Where I guess it's when you're using 3D, it's almost like people just get lazy. Like, I'm not saying animes are lazy, but I feel like you can cut a lot more corners when using 3D models because you don't need to redraw the same thing over and over again. You just kind of pose it, and then it just works, right? CG screws with the style, they mess with the 3D stuff. Yeah, I like I know Attack on Titan uses 3D as well, right? Like, there's a lot of scenes in Attack on Titan that use 3D, but it's used in a way that's not obvious. Like, a lot of I know in season 1, a lot of like the building swinging scenes are done in 3D, I think. But like the characters are still drawn as 2D, so you don't really notice it. All right, so let's do bone display. So we'll do this as just a regular V box. This will be hidden, so then, yeah. So then this is bone display. So the idea here is that, thanks to Chatter Demuriel, this stuff will be, so on the info screen, all of this will be shown as read-only, and then in the tree here, we'll generate a big tree of all the bones. You'll click on one of the bones, and it'll show you in the bone display, you know, should this bone be tracked? Do you want to modify the bone? And then you can drag on screen to start dragging it around. And then other options like the looseness. Right now it's called damps. I think looseness is probably more accurate. I think VC Face calls this stiffness, but that's not actually what I'm using this for. Because I feel like stiffness implies an upper and lower bound, whereas this is just a value that I multiply directly against the raw tracking value. Is motion tracking would be done animations for an episode a day? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, it's a lot of work, right? Any sort of art is a lot of work. Even like writing applications is a lot of work. Like I've had it questioned before, like, why don't you have like hand tracking in? It's like, man, just getting this model to like be mapped to my head movements was already like a huge task. And from what I've talked to, or from what I understand from people who are more familiar with 3D modeling, and especially 3D humanoid modeling, is that you know, doing the correct IK to just get your arms to look correct is really tough. Ajin Demi-Human. I've watched that one. Rot Bjorn. Ajin Demi-Human. I liked it. It wasn't that great, but I thought it was a fun watch. Really interesting, but the visuals kill me. I think it's okay. I just don't think about it as like an anime. Don't think about it as an anime. I thought the story was interesting. Yeah, there's Aldanoa Zero, the other one that Arrow mentioned. You know, well, no, it's Nova. Nice of Sidonia. Yeah. It's okay. 15 FPS 3D anime. That's fair. That's fair. All right, hold on. Instead of just looking at this, let's start modifying this code. So this needs to be custom, so I can't reuse the base pop-up tree layout mostly. So I can use the setup stuff. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't even need that. So we'll do all the connection stuff, and then I'll just need to continue modifying the tree. And then I have access to the roots based off of tree here. Yeah, get roots, right? Yeah, get root. So we'll do the same thing. It's kind of weird. Land of Luscious is also, I have not watched that one. Not watched that one. Unfortunately, I don't really have that much time in my life to watch anime anymore, unfortunately. I mostly just read manga. Like, if you were trying to read my tabs, you might notice I have manga decks open in one of my tabs. I watched the first season of Overlord and then just never watched any of the rest. Although I thought it was a very good show. I just, ran out of time. I'm a busy adult. That's actually not true, but my opinion on anime is not worth hearing because I don't like Demon Slayer. I should watch Demon Slayer. I think it depends on certain opinions that you have. Like, do you think that's, I don't know. I think there are certain things that people have in their heads that are just like, this is absolutely a no-go. Like, what's your opinion on the first season of Clanad, if you have seen Clanad? And then based on that depends on that tells me a lot about your taste in anime. Because I've watched both seasons of Clanad, and I have some pretty spicy opinions about that. Heard about it. Overall got kind of wrecked in season 3 by CG. Oof. Might have heard something new though. I don't know. I'm just reading it. I'm a manga reader. I already know what happens in Attack on Titan. Don't annoy me, otherwise I might spoil the ending for you. I've been told I should watch the anime though. I watched first 2 seasons of Attack on Titan and I thought it was okay. I thought it was really good when I first saw it. Oh, you know what? That's what I was doing. I needed a way to grab. That's what I was looking at before. I need a way to grab the model from here. So the problem here is that I've designed this entire system to be extension based. So everything is pluggable, but that does put me in a weird position where I don't really know how things are. I don't really know how things are loaded in, unfortunately. Let me think. So on GUI selected run. So scene, run, runner. Well, it's usually my type of anime. All right, well, I got bad news for you. I do not like slice of life. Give me something that makes me feel bad. Makes me feel something. Just to feel alive. B-Stars, haven't watched it. CG. Who reads it vividly, especially his feelings about the ending. The ending is okay in Attack on Titan. I think it's as good as you're gonna get for such a weird story. We'll say that. It's not a bad ending. Spoilers. Well, it's not a bad ending in that it does tie stuff up, let's say that. I'm not gonna say it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad ending in that like everyone dies, although it could be. I don't know. Spoilers. It's a not a bad ending in that it does tie things up. We'll say that. Real Life is pretty good. Real Life, 10 out of 10. I really like Real Life, especially if you just watch the base Real Life, it's not very good. But I think with the OVAs released afterwards, I think it's really, really good. Add child GUI. So we have the GUI. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So GUI set, and then we need to have a reference to the runner in that. So set runner. Yeah, there we go. So it's kind of a circular reference, but don't worry about it. Intentionally circular reference this so that we're able to access the model that's on the runner, because every single runner that you have must at least implement a runner trait. Oh, but then this doesn't have a model associated with it. That's fine, I think. That's fine. Probably. And then puppet trait has a skeleton. Okay, let's do that. We'll just try to assume a few things. Not ReZero. Did I say ReZero or Re-Life? Not a ReZero. No, ReZero, here's a hot take. I thought ReZero was trash. Yeah, Re-Life was good, yeah. Re-Life, great. 10 out of 10. Yeah, have you not seen the OVA for Re-Life? It's really, it enhances the show by like 100%. It's 100% better. It doesn't enhance the show by 100%, because that would just mean it's the same. Landing screen. So we set the runner here. So blind set the runner if possible. So this is null safe, the best part. Anything that extends GUI, let me see, how did I do this in extensions? There is no thing for, there is no GUI extension, so that's fine. Default GUI, so you can extend the default GUI if you want, but it'll also just work without it. So runner. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the ReZero thing. No, I really dislike ReZero. It's like, please, just shut up. Why does Rem like this dude? What the heck? Spoilers for like a 7-year-old anime. This dude is just human garbage. Brent's girlfriend one is so bad, so he despises it. You know, my little brother really liked that anime. Just not to call him out or anything, but trash taste. So default GUI, and then for all of these things here. Wait, so do these, hold on. So model, you'll have the UI, this pops up, then does, okay, so we can still get parents and then grab the runner from there, but that's not great. That's not great. That's the point. Yeah, I know. I know that's the point, but I don't feel like he ever undergoes any character development either. He from what I remember of it. Like, I think Rem's interaction with the main character don't make any sense. Like, yeah, I get it. You know, cured her deep-seated insecurities. I get it. Gets better in season 2. Yeah, it's like, it's a realistic-ish character, I guess. Like, you know, no one wants to die. But I think no one wants to die for, I guess, mostly for the reason that you'll never come back, which is, spoilers, his hidden ability. Runner, default, where's my default, here's my INI file, by the way. This is how extensions work in this program, is that everything is configured via INI. I think something that a lot of people get wrong about Godot is that they think Godot is sandboxed. Godot is actually not sandboxed at all. So you can load in arbitrary files. That's actually how the UI works here. So everything that you see in the UI layout here is configured via XML file. That is not packed into the program. So pretty neat. Season 1 cut a decent amount of content. Directors added some, and season 2 has a lot. I don't know. I know season 2 has the witch, question mark. That's about it. I remember seeing posts on Reddit about it, but that's about it. So all of these, I think what I can do is I can go through all of these things, and then that's tough. I gotta think. So I don't mind hard coding a few things because this is the built-in one. Yeah, at least death is an, yeah, I know, it's the death is an end. But also at some point you would think you get desensitized to the idea of dying at some point, right? Because once you know what happens, death becomes a lot less scary, right? Like the reason why a normal person is scared of death is, one, there's no coming back from it, probably. I don't know, I've never been there myself. Well, and 2, you don't know what happens after death. Whereas if you know that you will come back after death, you know, I don't know. I think I'd be a lot less scared. Haven't experienced that myself, so hard to say. These dies are pretty gruesome. Yeah, but like, as long as I'm not being like tortured to death, I guess I'm okay with it. You're seeing everyone you know die around you experiencing massive pain. Well, yeah, but like, that's not like the scary part about death, is it? Like, the scary part is like you don't know what happens afterwards. But if you know what happens afterwards, death is a lot less scary. Then it's just the pain. But you know, pain is something that for a lot of people you can become desensitized to. I mean, it's still gonna hurt, no doubt about it. But I mean, that's how you know MMA training goes, right? I mean, at least in my experience, you can definitely train out a lot of your pain reflex. Pain reflex, not the actual pain. You're still gonna feel it. But man, I remember I dislocated one of my ribs when we were doing that. Where you know, you might see like someone when you're watching like an MMA fight, they like someone gets hit in like the ribs, and you're like, man, that punch didn't look like it hurt at all. He's not even flinching, but actually, 1, the punch was actually pretty fast, and 2, definitely hurts, but you can train out the reflex. It's not fun, for sure. Have the runner. We have the runner here, and then we can, let's wrap it. Add pop-up. It's like 3/4 of his fair. It definitely screwed up a lot of psychology. Yeah, it's definitely like, at some point you're getting like super broken, right? You're definitely getting like really, really broken at some level. You know, I'm not a psychologist or whatever. All I know is, you know, what I know. So I can't speak to, you know, being killed at all. I've never been killed before. Hopefully never, but you never know. I don't know. It's always hard to say. Always hard to say. Pop-up name, and then we'll create the scene and then return the pop-up. But here, then we'll also do the same thing where we inject the runner. So it's references on top of references, which is kind of not good, but I think it'll work. I think it'll work. Spy X Family. Spy X Family. I know this wasn't directed at me. I saw that this is like easily Demon Slayer levels of good. Unfortunately for me, I've not seen Demon Slayer. Hope to see it one day. I have been spoiled on some bits of Demon Slayer though. I'll say that. Because it was such a like a cultural sensation that like people just kept leaking plot points everywhere. I suppose it does make sense though, for something that runs for as many seasons as it did. So dope. Can't wait for more episodes. Episode 1, somehow Spy X Family gets controversy about sexualizing the characters. Isn't one of the characters like a child though? Isn't like it's there's like a dad, there's a mom, and then there's the kid. That's ooh, it's a bit spicy. Someone screenshot a little girl blushing and said it was sexualizing. Okay, well that's not so bad then. Okay. So in base. Anything that needs this, so this is always null safe, more or less, which means that we can do var runner. So we can just grab that. So we grab the root again, then var model is equal to runner get model. Yeah, there we go. I don't feel weird about this because it's all in the setup function. So there is only a slight runtime impact in that it takes slightly longer to load if it doesn't exist. That's fine. I think one of the hard parts about programming using GDScript or just in Godot in general, or not in Godot in general, just GDScript, is that GDScript doesn't have try catch. So when you try to catch, or when you run into an error, you don't actually, it just kind of returns null if you run into an error. It does the JavaScript thing, which is unfortunate. So you need to be pretty explicit in how you handle things. So if model is null, I guess we'll just return. We'll also hit it with a print error. Or maybe this should have a logger attached to it. We'll think about it. So I am using a custom build of Godot that is able to catch errors and then run it through my own logger, which is kind of cool. So here, I added a redirect singleton that catches standard error stuff. So here, on standard, if it is an error, then we'll just log it through my custom logger. Pretty neat. Shield Hero is pretty good. I haven't been too impressed by the new episodes. I've read Shield Hero. The most recent chapters in Shield Hero, Rising of the Shield Hero, pretty bad. No model found. No bone functionality will be available. Anime left the light novel at the end of season 1 a bit, not anime, but only a difference. Shield Hero. I don't know too much about that. I think I dropped Shield Hero. Where did the anime leave off? So I know where I am in terms of, because I'm a manga reader. I have a lot of time at work in between compilation runs or even just like job runs. Because you know, when you're spinning up a cluster, it takes like 15 minutes minimum. Especially when the box that they give you only has like a ton of RAM, but just horrible CPU. So I have a box with 2 Intel Xeon like 2000 cores plus like 64 gigs of RAM. It's like, yeah, thanks for the RAM, but what am I supposed to do with 2 Xeon cores? 2 Xeon cores from the early 2010s. Can't do anything. Then we'll need to do some null safe checking here. So if model, all right, var model scalyman is equal to model get skeleton. If left off after the third wave, you got that city stuff for animoids rebuilt, demi-humans. Wait, third. Oh, that's where it leaves off. So did it get to? Did they get to the? Did they get to the turtle? Is that a spoiler? Did they get to the turtle yet? Where are they? Where are they in terms of the turtle? Oh, the turtle's the new season. Gonna head up and play some games. I'll still be lurking. Nice to see the manga combos going. If you want to see my actual opinions on various things I've watched and or read, I do have most of my thoughts here in an anime list, but maybe my opinion isn't very good. I think it does give you a pretty good idea of where my head's at in terms of opinions or preferences, shall we say. It's in found. No bone functionality be available. 0 words of the turtle in season 1. Season 2 is going to cover the turtle, and then season 3 is the next arc. The next arc, the turtle arc, and the next arc are horrible. Vlogged on my anime watching Summer Forever Repo. Watching his heresy. What? Alright, haven't you been talking about anime? Freaking weebs, they ruined anime. Says the guy who, I guess I'm accidentally fell into learning Japanese because I was learning how to read Chinese, or simplified Chinese, shall we say. Then I was watching some anime and I was like, wait a minute. I can read that. You know, Yi-Yen, that's a hospital, and actually, oh, it's roughly the same characters in Japanese as it is in traditional Chinese, I should say. So for bone in. The arc after the turtle is great. What the heck? Isn't the arc after the turtle, like the turtle arc sucked, not gonna lie. Isn't the arc after the turtle, that's when that's when they get split up, isn't it? I don't know. Sheem sound for a minute. All right, probably a good probably a good choice. Turtle isn't terrible, it's not incredible. I think it's really like the first 2 arcs in Rising of the Shield Hero, 10 out of 10. Or we'll call it a 9 out of 10. Like I think the beginning, the setup for Rising of the Shield Hero is fantastic. I don't remember what happened after the turtle though, but I remember I got past the turtle and I thought it was very boring. Oh, this is where the ant is. I found the ant that was crawling on my wall. It was crawling on me. That's where it went. I felt something crawling up my finger while I was typing. I was like, maybe I'm just getting itchy. I've had this happen before. When I was in college, I had an ant infestation, but didn't realize. So I was just hanging back, watching a movie. You know, legs starting to get kind of itchy. Scratch it a few times. I'm like, man, I'm getting really itchy. Looked at my leg. Oh man, the entire thing is just covered in ants. Oh, that was a bad day. Stuff to do with glass. That's all I can. Oh, it's you know, I thought that arc was really boring. Man, like, just get back to like the. Get back to what we were doing in season 1. Like, I don't want to. Like, what happened? What happened? We're on like a subplot of a subplot. Do you prefer the start of season 1 comparative? Yeah, like I understand you got to change the story for a little bit. You have to, or not change story. You have to advance the story, but like you don't have to change it completely. Just I like the characters that were there, but we what happened? All right, it's get bone count, by the way. So for bone index and mall skeleton, get bone count, and then it's not a subplot, but that's, isn't it? I thought it was more of a subplot. Like it's yeah, maybe it loops back in at some point. But to me, it felt like a subplot. All right, so get bone name. I remember, this is tough. If I'm not with the stuff after, I guess some of it would be considered somewhat. Yeah, maybe. To be fair, where did I end off? Let's just maybe I shouldn't show this on stream. What I'm reading right now. Rising of the Shield Hero. Where did I stop? Rising, or no? Just give me Shield Hero. Shield Hero. Tate no Yusha. I did think something that was weird about Shield Hero. Oh, did they just take? Oh, this is the mobile game. What the heck? All right, that's fine. It doesn't show anything here. Rising of the Shield Hero. Give me mobile game. Anthology. Side story. All right, just give me the Japanese. I don't know how to say it in Japanese. Yeah. Oh, is it A Day in the Life? Huh? Is it this one? Yeah, I dropped it at roughly the end of 17. I don't know where we stopped. I don't know what that was though. Some stuff saying that manga not might be the best. It might have been a Shield Hero or something else. The manga's pretty terrible. I thought the manga was okay. Maybe the anime is way better though. I don't know. I've never seen the anime. It came out. The anime came out. Oh, thank you very much, Bjorn, for the follow. By the way, for all the new people here, if you're still here, or if I've bored you enough that you left, then I apologize. Sometimes I try to work on games, but I do want to get this done. You know, give the channel a follow. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Working on Godot stuff, usually. There's a Discord, etc. There's a bot. GitHub, please give me stores on GitHub. That's all I'm here for, to help boost my resume. Mushko Tensei, no, the light novel was the original shooter. Yeah. I thought Mushoku Tensei was pretty good. I'm also reading that. I'm up to date. Big fan. There's only been like one boring arc so far. 4 a.m. European spotted. I've been to Europe a few times. I shouldn't say that. I've been to Europe once. And I've been to the Frankfurt airport many times. Bone index, bone count. So we have the bones, but then bone parents. Okay, so we do go get bone parents. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So we'll do var bone name, which is a string, is equal to model scaly man get bone name, bone index. Is he always in child form of Mushoku? Is it Mushoku or Mushko? Did they drop the O? I forget how you're supposed to pronounce things in Japanese. Isn't it? Oh no, it's Mushoku, right? Because it's not in between two syllables? I don't know. Tensei's from birth to adulthood. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anime tried reading a web novel to get some context. Is there more growth in the second season? May have read the entire thing. I'm up to date on the manga. The manga is pretty good. I think it leans pretty hard into something. A little bit of that, a little bit of the little mushroom dysfunctionality a bit too hard at points. It's a bit uncomfortable to be fair. But overall, it's not bad. Model skeleton, get bone, She likes its stuff, if you can call it that. I really only read manga to complement the anime. I just don't have time to watch anime, man. I just don't have time. So get bone parents, okay. Personally, I still think it's interesting to see someone who's definitely something in their past really try. Yeah, I think that's something that's really cool about Mushoku Tensei. Something that I liked a lot more than in Re:Zero, because I feel like in Re:Zero it didn't really feel like it was trying. I think that's probably one of the parts that I disliked about it. Whereas in Mushoku Tensei, you can tell that he's still kind of a garbage person at heart, but definitely trying to change themselves. Which is it's a nice story. It makes you feel good. Yeah, I'm gonna keep calling out Re:Zero to continue to drive away all the weebs out there that don't share my opinion. It takes a while to get going at Re:Zero. So the first time he tries is in the whale arc, which is the end of season 1 Re:Zero. What was the whale arc in Re:Zero? The whale? Is that when they are at the tree? I'm trying to remember. Var skeleton tree. That's pretty metal. It's not actually a skeleton tree, but it's a, well, skeleton known bones. That's pretty sick. So we'll store all references. Store all references to tree items. White whale. Oh yeah. I remember. Okay, it's coming back to me. I remember. Okay. It's coming back to me. I think the most recent anime that I've seen is Cells at Work, and I didn't finish it. But I'm not sure where everything else falls on the list. I think that drove him to insanity. I don't remember. I remember the whale now that you mentioned it. That was flying. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So for bone index and model skeleton bone count. So what we're trying to do now that we're no longer talking about anime stuff, or at least my mind is no longer an anime world. We have the model, probably. Witch cult. Isn't that what the witch is in season 2? That I've been spoiled on. Spoilers for a very old season of anime. If known bones. Okay. So var tree item. Guess what? It's supposed to be a tree item, and I think this is a reference, so we can just set it to be nullable. So known bones get bone name. So what we're doing is we're trying to construct a tree of bones here. So I think tree item, give me one of these, tree item. Oh no, this is an object, so it can't be null. I mean, it could be null, but it might not be null. Season 2 isn't old, it's actually pretty relatively recent. Is it really? When did season 2 of ReZero come out? I thought ReZero season 2 came out like before the pandemic, didn't it? ReZero? When was season 2? Season 2? Season 2? Where's season 2 sequel? When did this come out? Oh, it came out during the pandemic. Okay, so it's actually pretty recent. My bad. Sorry for potentially spoiling some things. Alright, so known bones, bone name, if known bones has bone name, else tree. Hold on, okay. So there's some funny stuff going on here. I've never watched or read Classroom of the Elite. So I don't know it. I can't speak to that. Create item. Where is it? Create item. I think this will break actually. Because you create it's not create item, is it? No, yeah, it is tree create item. It just didn't give me the correct type hints. Create item, and then it should be, hold on. Okay, hold on. So I need to recursively, it's not, semi-recursively creates an entire tree of bones that may or may not have the correct parents. And I can cache the tree items in known bones. What happens if there is no bone parents? There's a lot of which I watched season 1, so we show it. Left a lot on the table, sort of a slice of life with a lot of hidden, but only sort of. Isn't that? That's kind of like a Higurashi, or maybe a clan ad. I guess Higurashi drops the shoe, or drops the other shoe pretty quickly though. Get bone parent. This is an integer actually. So var ID. This is an integer. And then this returns -1 if there's no parent. Okay, so if. I feel like the supreme example of manga advertisement. Classroom of the elite. So if bone parent ID is less than 0, then we should just run some logic really quickly, I think. Yeah. So bone parent ID is 0. All right, so root item, which is a tree item. Oh, and this is wrong as well. This is get root returns a tree item as well. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, so root item, which is a tree item, is equal to root if bone parent ID is less than 0, else we'll do tree create item. Okay. Oh no, this is weird. Create item. We'll do the accursed Java thing and split it off like this. Classroom of the Elite Season 1, yeah, at least to me. Yeah. Isn't the ultimate like example of manga advertisement? It's no game, no life, where they just kind of skipped ahead really, really far into the anime. Or into the light novel or whatever. Spoilers for a very old one as well. Like I really liked No Game No Life, but then I read afterwards that like, oh, there's not gonna be a season 2, and also they just kind of jumped ahead like seven volumes in one season somehow. So create item. So we need to grab the model skeleton, get bone name. Wait, create item. Okay, hold on. So this is model skeleton, get bone name, bone parent ID, and then this needs to be known bones. I'll let this. Oh, jeez. All right, yeah. So it's very strange Python style logic. So our root item, it's not actually the root item. It's more or less the root item, right? Parent item, we'll call it. So the parent item is root if there is no root bone. Otherwise, no, that's no. Hold on. Yeah, actually, no. What am I doing? We just need this. We don't need to create the item just yet. Else, yeah, there we go. It looks bad. It also extends past my line length helper here, but that's fine. Remember watching, I just heard that people really want a season 2, and the fact that Hataraku got a second season 9 years after the first season. What's Hataraku? Sorry, I realized my accent kind of borked the pronunciation. Hataraku, not Hataraku. Oh, it's this one. This is the one where he's like a fry cook or something. I feel like I've watched this one before. What's the? Yeah, he's like the demon lord. Yeah. Demon lord is a part-timer. Devil is a part-timer. Yeah. Devil works McDonald's. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll watch a comedy like that. I don't normally watch comedies, but let's see. So, item, tree item is equal to parent item. Oh no, this is. Yeah, I don't usually watch pure comedy anime. I also do not read any comedy manga, but I'll watch comedy anime. if it's really good and it's not pure comedy. Because I feel like pure comedy is really just like, I don't know, it's kind of a waste of my time. So like I consider like Slice of Life to be pretty like comedy anime-esque, if that makes any sense. Like I could just watch like a regular comedy in English and also be able to do something else at the same time. Because I do not watch dubs. Like I know it probably like I know that to Japanese people also just watching anime sounds cringy because of, you know, the dialogue, but because it's not how someone would actually phrase things, you know, in Japanese. And so that's the same cringe that they feel from watching a, you know, an animation in Japanese is how this almost the same way that a native English speaker feels when they watch an anime that's dubbed. But I don't know. I still refuse to watch a dub. 4 a.m. Revelation. Streaming programming is a definition of rubber duck debugging. Oh, hold on. I got you. Haha, yes. You have got it. That's why I made the rubber duck. Yeah. That is why I made the duck. It's because I already normally, I guess, rubber duck, as they say, problems when I'm thinking through something. So I'll try to explain it to myself, if possible. What app do you use to do the avatar? Oh, so check it out. That's what I'm working on right now. OpenCFace GD. I wrote this. You can see here, Uwin. My Twitch name is Uwin. Some people aren't able to put that together for whatever reason. But what I'm doing right now is I'm rewriting the entire UI. Because, you know, this is the UI right now. I leaned a bit too hard into the UX kind of theory of the more button clicks, or the more you hide an item, the more, or the less people, the more you hide something, the less people are going to use it, if that makes sense. So if you hide something in a menu, people are less likely to use it, which is why everything is just hidden behind one menu, and then you just got to scroll. But the refactor here, this is what it's going to look like. Looks a lot more professional, mostly because I stole the UI from Godot. So you have your model. I'm not going to click on bones because I'm pretty sure that's going to cause the program to crash because I didn't finish implementing it yet. But this is the idea, is that you'll be able to do this. Everything is just here. You can scroll around. And then once you're ready, you can just hide everything by pressing escape. And then you can bring it back if you want. So it's kind of a neat system in my opinion. So we only hide things. Well, things are hidden at first behind 1, 2 button clicks. But then after that, it's hidden behind just one key press, which is just toggle the view. Whereas this one, everything's hidden and then you know, just toggle it on and off. So it's almost the same. It's almost the same amount of button clicks at the very end of the day. Except this is actually slightly better than the old style of doing my UIs, because here, if you want to view, you know, 2 menus at once, that's not actually possible. Whereas this one, all you need to do is, you know, click on different things, just leave it on screen, I guess, hide it, bring it back, and there it is, you know? I think that's a good design thingy, I guess. And then we also have the, you know, in-app help, also possible. I don't know why this displays under it, but we'll have to think about that. You know, you can link to the GitHub, which doesn't actually exist in this application yet. You know, all that good stuff, right? All right, now that I'm done explaining it, let's click on bones. All right, well, not invalid call, non-existent function get in base nil. Interesting. So there is no runner. Interesting. So this should be in the runner part. So tree layouts, default GUI, create pop-up. Hold on. Create pop-up, huh? Do all software use green screens to chroma key? There's no way to get true transparency. Oh, so glad you asked. Check this out. So we can do this. Then it kind of breaks in OBS. Then all you need to do is this. I hope it doesn't cut out my mic. Am I still? Can you still hear me? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this does have the ability to do a true transparency, but I have heard that doing true transparency is also heavier on system resources. So it goes. So it's usually better the chroma key from what I've heard, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, my application does have true transparency, but I think transparency is just heavier on the application because you do need to composite over the background. So you actually need to render things kind of twice, maybe 1.5 times, something like that. Found out how to change my terminal themes. Oh, hello, Needle Mouse. Look at that. You're using fish. The worst shell, in my opinion. Or it's the worst popular shell, in my opinion. Not a huge fan of fish because fish is not compatible with bash scripts for the most part. Which is why whenever you create like a new Python VNV, if you're using fish, you actually have a separate like environment activation script to use. Whereas if you're just using ZSH or bash, or I think even SH, you can just use the defaults. Cheaper to chroma key in the final composite rather than multiple transparent full render passes. Yeah, something like that, yeah. That sounds correct to me. Let me see. Pop up set runner. Is that not what I called it? Or do I not even have a runner at this point in time? So in the landing screen, GUI, default GUI, we have a runner. Fish, although I changed to new shell because I don't care about POSIX shells. Yeah, new shell, pretty great. I suppose if I run back to this model here, to continue to just derail what I'm talking about, I did write a, oh, this isn't using lip sync, but now it's kind of using lip sync. I did write a lip sync thing for Godot, well, for this application, using Rust. So this is using, let me see if I can find it. It's under Virtual Puppet Project, which is the project that I steward, and it's supposed to be the successor project to this. Here's some Rust stuff if you want. Look at that. Maintains a job thread. And then whenever there's enough inputs in order to get like lip sync phoneme stuff, it gives it back to Godot, and then I set the mouse shape based off that. Yeah, rewrite in Rust, etc., etc. Yeah, I like Rust, yeah. Rust, not so bad. I think a lot of people are kind of annoying about, you know, oh, just rewrite it in Rust, rewrite everything in Rust, but, you know, it has its place. I think for applications like this, where it's mostly just gluing a bunch of components together, I don't think Rust is the greatest option. Like, yeah, you would get a bit more performance, but I don't think you, in terms of like readability, ease of use, I think it's, I'm willing to accept the trade-off. Save rest of Rust code, yeah. I do know some people like that, where they're like, yeah, I'm a C programmer, but I wanted to get like some Rust experience, so I just wrapped everything in unsafe and did everything via pointers. And yeah, it's technically valid, I suppose. Technically valid. Technically valid. All right, let's set a breakpoint under default GUI bones here. So bring me back. So for some reason, I do have... Oh, wait, no. That's fine, right? we shouldn't error out here. And then the pop-up does not have a... Oh, I see. Okay, I was setting it at the wrong level. Okay, so Rust, new step. Yeah, I guess it's not quite new compatible. Although a lot of Rust libraries are available under both MIT and Apache 2 licensed, so it's compatible with your GPL. New public license it's pronounced new, right? Not GNU. Oh, remember? Like Rust might never find a use case. There's something satisfying about C. Oh, absolutely not. I do not trust myself with C. Probably for good reason. Okay. So this is starting to get really gross, by the way. Because now we're starting to duck type a lot of things many layers down. I need to think about this. So this runner relies on the base pop-up. This is how I'm actually generating all my pop-ups, is that these things are just kind of inserted into a window dialog in Godot terms, which is how I'm able to do like the random pop-up windows. So I don't need to design around the pop-up window. All I need to do is design the actual UI layout like this. But if I want to pass data along, that's where it starts to get kind of spicy. Possible attempting to write C code could you wrap everything out unsafe. Yeah, just, you know, everything's a pointer. Just go full Java with it, why not? Everyone loves a little pointer magic. Add child panel container. Add child screen. So pass along runner reference if necessary. Necessary. Okay. I want to use Rust. Well, nothing's stopping you. I think one of the nice parts about newer languages, as opposed to writing C or C++, is that they have very sane build systems. That's probably my favorite part, or probably my least favorite part, I should say, about C and C++ is that, like, okay, you know, are we using a makefile? Are we using a C makefile? Are we using scons? Godot uses scons, by the way, which is horrible, in my opinion. So if runner is not null, set runner. GNU. I'm the lead of the GNU step project. What is GNU step? No rules against links, I suppose, unless I accidentally made that one of the rules. This is GNU step. Let's look at the GitHub. I don't know what that is. Mature framework for advanced GUI desktop applications as well as server applications. It follows Apple's Cocoa's APIs and portable to a variety of platforms or architectures. Read more about the GNU step project or the people behind it. Yeah. GNU step on GitHub. Yes, give me the GitHub. Alright, well. So it's a UI thingy. And also a dev environment. Cross-platform development environments. Okay. Suppose that's interesting. Some people start saying like this or that is the solution to everything. I hear this refrain with Rust all over the place. Yeah, I think most of the time it's a meme, but then you also get people who don't really understand, you know, I guess the intricacies of software development, and they just suggest like, oh, you know what? I heard this thing is the newest, the latest and greatest thing. You should rewrite it in that. I mean, that's what happened with Golang, right? Is the, like, lots of technical project managers heard like, oh, you know, Golang is the hottest thing, you know, we should rewrite everything in Go. And now look where we are. Like, I think Go has its time and place, but I think for most places where you'll actually find it in production, it might actually just be better off being written in Java. Like Go is kind of not great. Like I think if you're doing things that require a lot of concurrency, Golang is fantastic. But I think for writing really maintainable code, I think I'd rather just write it in Java. Because at least Java is easy to onboard people quickly too. And then also there's less ways to shoot yourself in the foot. So we have a runner, by the way. So let's just run this, right? And I think to show off the idea of what I'm trying to do here, so refactor super cleanup, I do have a docs thing that explains my entire thought process behind what I'm doing. So we have a few things, right? So we have our built-ins, so our landing page, whatever, and then our configuration, and then our manager singletons, which are not configurable via extensions, and then extensions, right, which are loaded at runtime. So I think I am going to ship one built-in UI though, just in case, like, I guess something breaks. You'll always be able to go back to the default. Rust removes all the logical bugs, just rare memory related ones are even apparent in well-maintained C++ projects. Well, show me a well-maintained C++ project that is older than 5 years old. Like, I think all projects inevitably devolve into spaghetti, which isn't the worst thing in the world, you know. SFML, I suppose. I suppose. Every time. I've kind of worked with SFML before, but I think when deciding between the two, I decided to use SDL2 instead. I said 2 a lot in that last sentence, huh? Yeah. Is OpenCFace on Mac? Did I already say that? And also no. So thank you very much for the follow, anonymous viewer, by the way. I do have a Discord, and I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Trying to crunch out the last refactors of this application. But OpenCFace depends on what kind of Mac you have. If you have an Intel Mac, I think it will work, but I do not have an Intel Mac to test on, so I just don't feel comfortable committing to a release for a Mac. I only have an M1 Mac. Thank you very much, GNUstep, for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, so I only have a Windows box. I have one Windows box, and I have a lot of Mac, or not Mac. I have a lot of Linux boxes. So I have the Debian virtual machine that I have on the same computer, because you might notice I'm using Windows. I have Fedora 32 that I refuse to update because it's already pretty jank. I have a Pop! OS machine. I actually also have an OpenBSD laptop that I just have. I don't do anything with it besides try to learn Emacs. Yeah, I'm both an M1 and x86. Ooh. ENTT is pretty well maintained, I think, although the majority are definitely not well maintained for a long time. Yeah, well, it's the technical debt, and then it's just, I think the hard part about anything that directly exposes pointers to the developer, I was about to say the end user, but I suppose developers are the end users of pointers, right? Anything that uses pointers will inevitably start to devolve into spaghetti because of the fact that, like, you know, you can do some crazy pointer magic. So once you accept the dark arcs of, you know, flagrantly using pointers, it starts to develop into spaghetti, no matter how well you comment something out or have a document that explains stuff. But it's tough. But yeah, I suppose if you want to build the project for yourself, it's not too hard. I actually provide export templates. Oh, never mind. I don't. I provide a custom build of Godot that has all of the patches necessary for this to run. So if you build it yourself, the scon's commands are somewhere. And then it should work as long as you also download all the Python stuff. But if you have an x86 Mac, it should automatically download for you as long as you also have a Python version that is less than 3.10 and higher than 3.5, I think, which is, you know, as long as your Python is from within the last 5 years, more or less. Let's talk about Asahi Linux. I'd be willing to try out Asahi Linux once they have like GPU pass-through support or whatever it is. Because isn't like Asahi Linux right now only has software rendering for their desktop? Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I work extensively with Linux in my day-to-day. I'm not the biggest fan of it, I guess. It's okay. So step into here. Okay, so here we are in Bones. Do we have a runner? We do not have a runner. Maybe. This should be in setup. Oh, we already run into a few errors. I see. Because there is no... No, there is an info because it's in Bones. Sounds about right. Yeah, I know things sometimes. Like, even though I'm a Windows user, I probably know a bit more about Linux than your average bear. Considering that I do, you know, infrastructure automation using Ansible for work. Supposedly, anyways. I'm actually supposed to be tagged towards like enterprise, full stack app dev. But that's consulting for you. Or professional services, I should say. Is that you just go wherever the money is. So pivoted towards containers and containerization of existing stuff. Okay, so we don't have a runner. But for whatever reason, we also don't have these things either. So do these not... Is there... I'm wondering, by the way, which is why I'm humming. Do these only get called after this gets called? So do these only get sets after this internal call? So what's happening here is that ready is a built-in function, which is one of the flaws in Godot, in my opinion. This is actually rectified in Godot 4, but Godot 4 is not ready yet, by any means. But any built-in functions are implicitly called, so you don't need to do like this weird dot operator stuff to call the super function. In GDScript 2.0, Godot 4, you need to actually do super, like the Python style super function call. But here, I think that the order of operations looks incorrect. Yeah, because the model is null, even though, or runner is also null. And then also the bone display and info variables are also null, even though these are tagged as onReady variables. Where an onReady variable usually means that they are assigned, yeah, they are assigned before the parent class's ready function's called, but that's not the case here. You can see here that these are null, which is wrong. And then these are also null, which is also wrong. So I'm thinking, what's a good way of doing this then? I could... Alright, just kill it here. Runner should not be set to null. So base pop-up should be setting it. Send me again, send me again. Give me one of those. We should hit the breakpoint. So step me. Oh. Oh. Okay. So that's not true. It's not how I thought it works. So we can take that out. Here, no, here. Base pop-up, if runner is not null, okay. Set another breakpoint, so we never step into it. Do we even hit that breakpoint? Or is that ready function called later? Oh. You know what? No, that's not true. No, yeah, that's in the init function. So whenever you create it, yeah. It's set on creation, but runner is still null here. If it was in ready, that would be a logical error, because ready actually runs in the reverse order that you would think it does. So instead of in this tree structure, right? So this is the most nested tree item. This is the parents, and then this is the super parents. Ready actually runs in reverse. So child, parent, super parent. It doesn't run super parent, parent, child. Something that you gotta wrap your head around in Godot. But, But this is in init, which is called when new is called. And then I can see here that runner is null. Default GUI, add child, create pop-up. Create pop-up is setting. Is it because I called this a node? Please don't be that. That would be absolutely horrible. I would be disappointed if that was the case. Okay, that's good. That was not it. Oh. Wait, no. This is underscape run. Under case runner. If I can guarantee that's a base runner, then I don't need to use set, and then we can just do it directly. I'm struggling. Does this not have a runner? Yeah, so if we go here, I can guarantee that this exists, right? So I click here, hit the breakpoints. Wait, what? Default GUI, create pop-up, add child, create pop-up, pop-up, bones. We should stop here. Bones. What? Oh. Oh no, okay, I got it. So it's here. It's new. So new calls the init function, which is here. Runner is null because we only set it after we call new. Okay. I see. So we can try this, even though I realize I just explained how this will not actually work. But maybe I got that wrong. Maybe I just misremembered. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. Okay, yeah. So did we hit bones yet? I got, yeah. No, yep, no, it does run in reverse, okay. So this is not where you want to do it. We can add a function that's like set runner. Yeah, okay. So I'll add an API thing. So set runner. So it will take a runner. We don't know what type it is. We don't care. Well, yeah, honestly, we don't care what kind of runner it is, right? Because of the extension system, it actually does not have to extend the runner traits. Technically, It's just a strongly worded suggestion. Like, you should try to extend the runner trait. But if you don't want to, that's your own business. Yeah, so we'll do node, right? Then call this p runner, because Godot also does not handle variable shadowing very well, which is fine. I can live with it. Okay, so p runner is equal to p runner, and then screen, which we can guarantee we already have. Now screen, we cannot guarantee that runner exists. Usually, maybe. But we'll try to set it if possible. I'll need to unit test most of this eventually. So most of the application is pretty well unit tested, at least at the lower levels. Most of the GUI is not unit tested though, which is fine because it's hard to unit test a GUI, I guess. I'll have to think about it. But at this point, the only thing I need to do now is do pop up, set runner as runner. I think that's okay. Send me. All right, cool. So didn't quite. Ooh. Okay. We're almost there. So what was wrong in my logic? Is it because, because my duck is kind of jank. But also I forgot to set these things as well. So item, set text. So column, this should be tree, column, bone name. Yeah. So here, just to verify that this is correct. Okay, that's okay. Look at that. Just make sure you don't click on anything because that will immediately explode. Oh, and then these should also be nested under like, oh, actually bone display should not be shown. Bone display should be linked to whatever one of these is actually displayed. Okay, I got it. But here's the idea, I think, is that you'll only have info. Imagine bone display doesn't exist, and then you have all the bones that are laid out like this, and then check it out. Look how cool that is. Look how cool this is. And then once you click on one of these, so info shows you a read-only view of all your bones, which is kind of what I have going on here, except the idea is that you'll also be able to, in this rewrite, be able to define the stiffness. It's actually the looseness, but we're calling it stiffness because that's most. Well, in the application, I'm calling it looseness, but I'm using stiffness for explanation's sake because that's what most people are more familiar with. So you can see the stiffness, you can see whether or not the bone is being tracked, and then you can also set the pose, which will be able. If you're posing it, then some controls might pop up, I guess. Something like that. So that's what will show up here when you click on a bone. Otherwise, info will just show which bones are being tracked and then which bones have custom values associated with it. I think that's a good idea. Kind of noticing that probably the rotation damp should be modified for this model. It's a bit too, yeah, okay. That feels a bit better. I'm looking at this and it's swinging it around wildly. Like this is pretty sick as well. Look at that. Wow. All right, anyways. Get rid of that. Will crash, that's good. Okay, we figured it out. My order of operations was completely borked. So I think actually I don't want to do. Is there any model where a value above 0.2 is useful? So for the duck model, or for pretty much like anything that isn't a VRM model, a value above 0.2 can be kind of neat. So you can see like this one actually has like translation also enabled and at a pretty high value. I suppose maybe not for this one, but what did I have this at? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. It's hard to say. I think a lot of other applications try to hide the intricacy from you, which is fair, I suppose. I don't know. I think I lean, in terms of UX, I lean more towards just providing sensible defaults. Which is why everything is just visible. Add sliders and ranges everywhere? Yeah, absolutely not. I know that some people have asked for sliders for sure, but I think the hard part with sliders is that then you need to define an upper bound and a lower bound, which might not be valid. Like, for example, I don't know. Like, I mean, like, if I defined an upper bound for this, then you wouldn't be able to do something like this. Or like, if we set it to 2, look at that. We can just kind of stretch out, stretch, go on my toes, squish. Just get really close to the camera. Wait, yeah, there we go. I'm real mad. Where? No, out of here. All right, bring me back. I think that's okay. But yeah, I think once I get this in and we start working on the successor application, I'll add in like probably like an easy mode, or maybe we'll call it the standard mode, just so people don't feel emasculated. Maybe that's not the right word. What's the word I'm looking for? Like standard, you don't want to call it an easy mode. You want to call it something else so people don't feel insulted. So we'll call it a standard mode instead, and then the advanced mode. So whatever the amount of information that I dump on you here will only be available in advanced mode. Otherwise, I'll do like the entire slider stuff. So you know, if you don't want that much control, you just trust me to pick the values that are right for you. You can use standard mode. If you want more control, so you want to be able to control like the interpolation rate on your mouth, which I actually enable by default, or you want to disable interpolation entirely. Something like ego stroking, something like that. That's closer, I think. But yeah, so if you want to like mess with the interpolation mode like directly, you can. But if you just trust me to do it for you, then these are the defaults and I won't expose it to you. There's a slider prefer if there's an accompanying value box where you can type unrestricted values. Yeah, like that's kind of how Godot does it as well. That's kind of how Godot does it. So you have the slider under here, but then also the value. But you know, we're getting around to it, all right. We're getting around to it. Yeah, I think that's one thing about UX that's not one thing about UX that you need to pay attention to, but that's one thing about UX that I really dislike. Is that whenever something just dumps me into like, here's easy mode by default. No, please don't. I don't like being on easy mode. Put me on normal mode. Put me on normal mode. I'm a big boy. I swear I know what I'm doing, probably. Let me see. I think I don't want to call the raw setup function here. Yeah. Because I need to be strategic, shall we say, in which pages I decide to use here. So let's go back to bones. This is bones. We don't want to add bone display to it, which is what setup does. Setup just runs through all the associated nodes or all the associated children and then adds a tree item for them. It's where, you know, this is an example of a tree item. This is an example of a tree item. Let's see. Oh, you know what? And also something I just realized. Actually, no, you can't have two bones with the same name, right? Is that true? I don't remember. Let's go into Blender. Let's go into Blender. I don't remember if this is valid or not. We have our default cube, that's fine. Then we can do, is it Shift A or Control A? Shift A, give me an armature. And then we can start adding bones, question mark, maybe. Let's delete the cube really quick. Say goodbye. I don't remember, can you have bones with duplicate names? Where is it? Bone. It's clock 10 to 5 a.m. It's time for my departure to Neverland. Have a continued good stream. Oh, thank you, Rot Bjorn. Thank you for hanging out, much appreciated. Thanks for sticking around. So you have these bones. We'll just move you up, I guess, and then that's bone 1. So if I call this, you know, test, and then you go up again. Can I call this test? Or is that invalid? I guess that's invalid. So can I guarantee that all bones have a unique name? Yeah, bones need distinct names because that's how they're usually referenced. My authoring program might let you to do it anyways, though. Or stuff might happen. Translate Rot Bjorn to English and you will be enlightened. Okay. What language is that Swedish? Bjorn? Well, no, that's Icelandic, right? Bjorn? Icelandic. Rot Bjorn. Root beer. Rot Bjorn. Root bear? I don't actually have headphones plugged into my computer, so I can't even check this for myself. Is it root bear? My favorite kind of wild animal. Also turnable into a fizzy drink. Most Nordic countries use Bjorn as far as I know. Well, Bjorn. No, the umlaut. My worst nightmare. I don't know how to pronounce an umlaut. Or the weird O with a line through it. Not familiar with that either. I'm more familiar with, you know, probably could have guessed, but I am a native speaker of English. One of the many advantages of being born in the US, I suppose. But then after that, really only familiar with Mandarin Chinese. I can only kind of understand spoken Mandarin Chinese. I almost definitely cannot speak it. I can read simplified Chinese, and then also because of that, can somewhat also read Japanese. O and O is like the U in fur. Fur? I don't. Bjorn? Like, I know you don't pronounce it Bjorn. Probably not anyways. I don't know. Not a linguist or whatever. Also, I don't think I've ever... Well, to my knowledge, I don't have any friends that are from a Nordic country. I've palled around with a few people from Germany, France. Not sure if I've palled around with anyone from Spain. I know I have a few friends from like South America. But other than that, not sure. You know, I think lots of European languages I'm just not sure how to pronounce. Like Spanish, 100%. I'm almost literate. Almost literate. I can read a newspaper and read like the culture section. My one saving grace. So okay, so these known bones are guaranteed to all be distinct. So then we'll go through for key or bone name in known bones. Well, no, we don't need that because we've already created all the stuff. So then all we need to do is implement this very specific thing here. After we create, we don't even need to create all the bones, right? We just need to do like pages. There's like 2 pages that we need to keep track of, right? Let's just do this in the Godot editor because it's easier for me to see. So pages, we'll do this manually. So there is info, pretty useful. What do we do here? Pages is equal to info is equal to info, and then bone display pages. No, bone display is not something. We only want info. Yeah, that was the entire point. Don't get it twisted. So then we need to do roots. So tree create item. So this one does not use the super function at all. Create item, and then are we good? Yeah. There's the one thing. Then tree, we'll just, oh, we don't actually want to discard this. So this is info item, which is the tree item. Is equal to tree create item. Suppose you might notice that I'm doing a lot of static typing in GDScript as well. It's actually not necessary. There is no speed up to doing static typing in GDScript, at least in this version of GDScript. But I think it is just nice for, like, it's part of like the entire self-documenting ideology, if you will. So the more readable you have your code, the more slightly verbose you have your code, the less confusion it will cause in the future. So like in 2 weeks, once I come back to this, it'll be easier for me to read as opposed to no types at all. I'm like, I don't know, what is this? Is this a tree item, or is this like a, did I accidentally create a new tree? What happened, you know? So, and also it just goes more naturally with me, right? Because when I read, I don't actually read the entire thing. I just kind of skim over it, look for the types, don't read the variable name. It's like, oh yeah, we're doing a thing with a tree item. Yeah, we're setting the text probably. So if I were to like ruse myself and like set this to be roots, that would really mess with me. That would really, really confuse me, which is why, you know, we don't do it like that. Yeah, saves hand in the long run. Oh yeah, for sure. For maintainability, static typing, even if it doesn't have any performance increase, it's just nice. You know, and that's why I do like this, like func setup returns void. If I didn't have a void there, then I would need to spend time reading the entire function, seeing if it does return anything. Yeah. Otherwise, you know, I don't need to wonder if this is a void return function. All I need to do is like, oh, okay, it's a setup, it's a void return. I can guarantee that if I do try to get a value out of it, it will always be null. Otherwise, actually, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. I think you can modify a function at runtime to actually return a value. Like it's Python style, right? So if you try to break it, it will break, which is slightly funny. And actually, by the way, I wrote a thing to enable me to do that to myself, which I will be using at some point. Advanced expression GD, which is an extension. It's not quite an extension. It follows roughly the same API as Godot's built-in expression class, but this allows for programmatically building GDScript things at runtime, which means that you can break stuff because the linter doesn't really run at runtime actually. So the linter will detect like, oh, like you're returning something from a void function, but at runtime the linter doesn't run, so you can actually totally do that. which is a huge source of bugs for me because I don't think the linter is 100% accurate anyways in debug mode. Or it's not, I think it's not 100% accurate in debug mode. I know it's not 100% accurate in debug mode. So if you have a function definition in GDScript that takes in like a reference to something, you actually don't need to pass in that exact class. You can just pass in whatever you want, really. So I remember like one of the bugs that I was having for a long time was one of my functions was expecting like basically a node, but I was actually passing in a dictionary, basically a hash map. And then because like Godot has syntactic sugar, so for accessing a hash map, so you can access a hash map by dot operator in GDScript. So I didn't realize things are broken until I added some code to start calling functions. And I was like, wow, why isn't it working? I'm getting errors at runtime, but I have no idea why. I was like, oh. In the debugger, I'm accidentally passing a dictionary instead of the class. Which is a huge pain. Okay, so we have all the items. We also want to connect it here, and we also want to toggle the page. Do this. Yeah, so toggle page info const info page. We'll just do this here because we're using info multiple times. We don't actually need initial page either, although we might as well set it. It doesn't really matter. It might come in handy in the future. Okay, now here we have our bone display. So bone display should not be selectable by default, but it is necessary to have. Otherwise, you'll have like oddities like this. So if you didn't have anything to fill in the space, the H splits container will kind of break and then just stretch out to cover the entire visible area, which we don't want. I think about this. So like this is fine, right? I can start building this out whenever I want. But for the bone display, we have this, and then for on item selected, I do need to override this implementation too. So on item selected, we'll override this. We won't use a super implementation at all. Well, I mean, we might, but. So there is the page name, and then if page name is equal to info page, then we'll just toggle it. That's fine. Return. Otherwise, we'll do hold on. Toggle page, current page. We might need to do this manually. So current. Well. Like we don't want to create item. So pages, let's do bone display, okay. Const bone display. What dudes usually like to send, okay. There was a joke there, I messed up the telling of it though because I laughed. It's what college age dudes like to send to their female friends, a bone display, haha. It's a joke. Sometimes able to come up with those on the fly. Not always able to successfully tell the joke though. So I am a little busy. So bone display. That's fine. This is almost exclusively just being used as a key though. So bone display here. Okay, so I think we should just toggle. Okay, toggle page bone display. That's fine. Or no, just toggle me. And then we'll need to replace everything that's in it because I don't want to create a different page for every single bone because that's a lot of things to keep in memory, I think. Or maybe I do. And that might just be like the easier thing to do. You know what? You know what? That probably is the better thing to do. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. So, yeah, let's add it to do because I am like way past my stopping time. So to do, generate node pages for every single bone. Be prepared to scrap if there are performance issues. Because I think for like simple models like the duck, that's not a problem, right? Because the duck only has like 9 bones, I think. That's easy. But for more complicated models, like this anime girl, wiggle the hair right out of me. Like this has a ton of bones, right? And so if we're generating a page per bone, that's gonna start, like it won't really have a runtime hit, but we still need to store everything in memory. And I'm pretty sure this is already pretty heavy. So we go to, I mean the face tracker for sure is pretty heavy. But then also, this is OpenCFace GD. This takes up 1 gig of memory, which isn't that bad, I suppose. Considering that it is like running a model that has 3 shaders on it, plus like 1 million bones. And also it's doing like runtime mapping of face tracking data to all the various blend shapes. Yeah, I don't know. I suppose it also does help that my computer is 1, pretty beefy, and 2, I'm only running the face tracker at 12 FPS. Yeah. Let's just push what I have right now. Where's my git bash? There it is. Oh, okay. Ignore that. I suppose good luck guessing my SSH key from that. I'll give you a hint, my password is longer than 15 characters. Let's see, dev, OpenCFace GD. Oh yeah, you know what? I was kind of quietly wondering to myself why this wasn't automatically open, and that's because Windows blue screened earlier on in the day. Classic Windows. And the error code was just like unhandled thread exception, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because if it's like a memory access error, at least that will tell me like maybe I should check my RAM. But unhandled thread exception? What are you talking about, Windows? That's not my problem. Unless my like CPU is bad, but that would be absolutely devastating. All right, so git restore assets VRM models. So I do include the reference VRM model in the base repository for testing. Like this model here is not included. It's just like a nice model to test with. So git add all. Let's see. Implement model view. Start working on bones. Yeah, so we'll push that. Everything is available on a branch here. So if you want to check out what I've been working on, and also check it out, I do have CI tests, or I suppose automated tests. Yeah, I guess these are like CI tests, right? Look at that. It is beautiful. Should be all green. Get this off the screen. Look at that. Oh, baby. Docker test. Downloading Godot. Seems a bit wasteful, but, you know. You do you. Oh, no. Okay, no, we're still good. All green, baby. Just a few errors, but that's fine because I do have negative tests working as well. But if you want to check out whatever the heck I've been working on, there it is. I wrote this application, OpenCPage GD. I am currently working on a rewrite of it. So it's more or less almost done. So I'm just working through the UI components now. And I just need to hook everything back up. But, you know, there's way more tests, so it should be, in theory, more stable. And then also more extensible without requiring a complete recompilation of the, or I guess a re-export of the entire project. Yeah, let me see. What else do I have? So if you haven't already, give the channel a follow. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. You know, there is a Discord. I'm glad to see my Twitch bot has fixed itself, or at least closed its other instance on my on my container. I need to check out what's going on with the container stuff, because sometimes it starts itself twice, and I'm not sure why. So there's a Discord. There is a GitHub. If you want to check out the bot's code, there's the bot, FP bot, friendly potato bot. What else is there? Oh, and thanks for the follow, Grimme. What else is there? I don't know. Do you want to find someone to raid? Who else is streaming right now? Who else is streaming? Okay. So if you are interested in more software development, ArrowX, who was here earlier. Oh, that just typed in his name. Typed in their name, sorry. ArrowX is doing a, if you're familiar with Stream Tools, Leorian board, I believe that's what he's working on. They are working on right now. Keep catching myself. But yeah, they're doing Godot. Not making a game, they're doing something like I'm doing, software development. Because I think Godot is a fantastic UI tool to be using, especially for things that aren't super duper computationally intensive. But yeah, give the channel a follow, Discord, get sense, goodbye.